All right. Ugh. Mm. Mm. I guess there's not a lot of noise. There's no music. I don't really know how to fix that. What's up, Kevin Head? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And hello, everybody. Music here? I can't tell. Man, it's so weird. They're like, so many video games just bombard you with music all the time. Like if you play like World of Warcraft, pretty much no matter where you're standing, there's a theme. And the theme is usually pretty noticeable. I think to all the times I spent standing around in Stormwind in World of Warcraft. I can hear the horns blaring the entire time. Or Ogremar. Unless you turn the music off, of course, which is what a lot of people end up doing. Which is kind of funny, because in DDO I find like I never really want to turn the music off, because it's so unobtrusive, with the exception of Sharn. Like I can barely hear it. In fact, I don't think there is any music at all. I'm inside a shop and there's like literally nothing. It's total silence. It's weird. Then I hear the sound of birds chirping in the background. Which I actually really like. I really like that weird bird sound. Fun little tidbit. That bird sound is from a sound library. So it's like there's just like general sound libraries you can get, which is why one of the reasons you'll hear sounds that are similar across multiple video games is because a lot of video games will actually have like general sound libraries that they pay for to have access to, because it's just a good idea if you need like a quick sound, especially during development. You know, going out and recording birds is not easy for every studio to do, so they'll just pay for a sound library, get a bird sound, slap that bad boy in there. But the same bird sounds that you hear in House Jurassico is the same bird sounds that Turbine, many years ago, used in their video game Asheron's Call inside of the apartment complex, which was basically like they added housing to the game, and houses were big, and there was also a limited number of them because they were so like you can just own a house. You had to find it because there was like houses everywhere, and then if it was for sale, you had to have the materials for it, and then you had to buy it, and eventually there would be not enough houses for all the players that were living in the world, and so their solution was they created the apartment complex, which was basically you took a portal into this like building with all this like white stone walls with open ceilings, and you heard these birds chirping, and you'd go through these endless hallways to find your tiny little apartment where you could store your stuff. And it's a really funny idea now that I think about it, where they're like, yeah, we only put so many houses in the world, so that way there's a limit on how many people have, and as you're exploring you might find like somebody's house randomly out somewhere in the world, and then they're like, we could build more houses out in the landscape, but then it would feel too cluttered. They didn't want to have like housing neighborhoods and stuff. They just want to have like a house on like a mountaintop. So the solution was the apartment complex. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Congrats on hitting 20 with Blightcaster Vibeplex. That's awesome. I don't think there's any Wilhelm screams in DDO. Is the Wilhelm scream free? Can you just include that, or do you have to pay for that one? I don't know who owns that. I assume it's free, but Sherman Library of DDO builds outside his window. No, fortunately the construction is over. There was like literally right outside my window for the entire past like yesterday. The construction was supposed to be ending around 4, but it started raining pretty heavily around like 2-ish. So they slowed down. So they ended up being out there till 7:30 at night. And I was like, I'm tired and it's hot and I don't want to do things. And then it's still hot today. It is currently 31 degrees in here. It's a little warm. So if I'm slow, my energy is weird. It's either because I'm just really hot or I'm dying of dehydration. So like, call somebody, you know? Anyways, that's pretty much it. That's all we got. What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well and having a good day. Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah. The only thing I can think of that's fun to announce is today. So we're gonna be rating Tom later. Another content creator, Arcanaverse, who is a DDO content creator who's been most well known for his secret finding missions. He's very good at digging deep into the secrets in DDO. One of the big things that he was instrumental with was during Isle of Dread and decoding a lot of the secrets that now allows you to get all those special raid items that so many people are very fond of, as well as the raptor mount that was hidden behind the secret. That was a large part in Arcanaverse solving some of these problems. Of course, it was a community effort, but he was the one who was kind of rallying people and organizing stuff, and it was some good work. But yeah, he is doing an interview with one of the senior games designers, Steelstar, at 7 o'clock today. So that is in 5 hours. So it'll be cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's doing good stuff. So happy to have him as a member of the community. Also, he's a guild member of mine. I don't think when was the last time he was online?
I got Strim the Horror. I had a 9-rune league mechanic and had an untargetable monster, so it bugged out. Where do I get my compensation?
You have to send a letter to Jonathan specifically. But make sure that the letter is just you. So what you do is you get a piece of paper and you punch the paper and fold it real fast. You punch it and then fold it. Then you put his name on it, send it to New Zealand. So that way when he opens up the letter like a cartoon, your punch comes out and it gets him. And then he'll understand and he'll fix it for you. That's how you do it. Was he on last? Oh no, he was on 6 days ago. He was on 6 days ago. He's around. He's doing things. But yeah, good guy. Good man. Anyways, I don't know where you are, but it's like a quadrillion degrees in here. So I'm gonna drink coffee confoundingly, which is probably not a good idea, but you know, like, yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, that's good. And sweat it out. I've heard that's what they do in some places, like when it gets warm, where when it gets extremely hot, some places they'll like drink tea to help like calm the body or maybe maneuver the heat or something like that. I don't know if that's exactly true, but for me personally, I don't necessarily do that. I just drink coffee because I like it. Although I will say, I have a lot of fond memories of going for like long drives in heat waves. So like driving out into the country to like visit friends or something, go to a cottage or something, go to cottage country, and along the way get like a big ass hot coffee, then get in the car, no air conditioning, because I've never owned a car with air conditioning. So, you know, it's like 30 something degrees outside, so, or you know, it's over 100 if you're in America. Nice and hot, get a big ass hot coffee, windows down, cranking the tunes, and just drive down the highway drinking a hot cup of coffee. There's something magical about that feeling. So I've always been a big fan of that. All right, Jurassico. I was gonna do this, but then I ended up getting distracted on the last stream where I ended up playing Warlock and doing a bunch of wacky, silly, goofy things. Yeah, I actually have 3 builds I want to put out. I want to put out the Assassin build. I want to put out the Warlock now that it's done. And I have some reasonable footage. I'm going to continue to play it, obviously. But I have some footage. So we have Harambe. So I have a bunch of pieces I want to put together. Get a nice cup of hot dew. Yeah, I can work for you. And the Paladin build. So I'm going to get some builds out soon for you guys. I'm going to be working on some of this stuff over the weekend. I just need some time to record. That was the other thing that was annoying too, is that because of the construction that's going outside of my window, I was like, well, at least I can like you know, work on like some of the video footage or what I want to do, but a lot of it's just recording. I need to like say things to camera, and it's hard to do that when there's like an insane amount of noise right outside the window. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a little warm. It's so warm the floor is hot to the touch inside. It's an exciting experience.
When the night comes, we see new possibilities.
It's also funny because of the gradients of warmth, where like downstairs we have air conditioning, so it's like 26 degrees downstairs, so it's much cooler. And then outside, maybe like 24, somewhere in there, 24 to 26, somewhere in there. And then just on the second floor generally, so the floor that I'm on, it's like 4 or 5 degrees higher, so it's just shy of like 30 degrees. And then in this room, it's like 35 degrees-ish, and then that's not including the humidity. And so it's like this, it's this funny wave every time I go downstairs to grab something, where I go downstairs into the kitchen and I grab like water, or, you know, I gotta do something, so I grab whatever. And then I come back upstairs, and you get blasted by the heat immediately because you just go upstairs and it's so much hotter. And then continuing to like travel and come into this room where I get blasted by the heat again. And man, the heat in this room is like a physical wall. It's crazy. It's like yesterday, or not yesterday, on Wednesday, I was laughing during the stream where like I would get up to go to the bathroom or to go grab something, get some ice water, and then I would come back into this room, and it's so funny. It's like a smack in the face. An unavoidable, just smash. Oh, heat. Yeah, and the best part is, this is June, dude. It's not even July. So this is gonna be the whole summer. It's gonna be like this. Ugh. It was pretty bad last year as well, but like at the very least, part of last year, I was like sort of working because I was doing like my work placements with school, and so all the places I was working were like actually kind of air conditioned. It was like the same thing. Yesterday I actually had an appointment in the morning, and had to go get some blood work done, and so I'm in the little clinic, and they were so backed up. I was talking to people there. Apparently, like 2 people called in sick, so they were like really backed up. But I didn't have a car, so I didn't want to travel somewhere else. I'm like, I don't want to take like another hour bus ride to like get to a less busy place. Anyway, so I ended up waiting 4 hours. Because a bunch of people called in sick, so not ideal. However, on the plus side, it was air conditioned, and it was really nice. It was very comfy, and I could just go on my phone because I'm a millennial. Then when I leave the place, it's like still hot outside, but it's like I've got this like internal cold that's like protecting me. It was very nice. Hey Artim, so this is a build I'm working on. It's going to be a pure charisma paladin in air quotes, because paladin's the main class, but really we're using dragon knight. Don't worry about that. Or dragonlord. It's a purple dragon knight, and no, it's not posted. I don't post my builds before I play them because I want to be able to determine the right way to put it together before I play it. Because if I don't do that and I post it first, then I might run into an issue. Maybe I did the feats wrong, maybe there's actually an adjustment or some change I would like to make, and then you see it and you go, wow, this build is so cool, and you start playing it, a build that has a horrible flaw, or many flaws, or maybe an entire mechanic that doesn't work. For example, the last build I did, which is going to be coming out soon, is an assassin build. And part of the assassin build was the whole thing. I wanted to use rapiers as part of my assassin build. Of course, I don't know how I missed this. I was so lost in the sauce looking at the shield element. There was like an assassin using shields who did other things, that I forgot to read the part of assassin that a lot of the effects, or specifically the critical effects, only work with daggers. And so as a result, assassin rapiers were not the choice. So building into it, getting the gear, getting the different enhancements and the feats, there was a couple things that I actually had to change afterwards because they did not work that well. And so that's the reason why I always make run through first and then I post it, because if I don't do that, sometimes I will make a mistake or something I might not realize, and I'd rather I make that mistake before I pass it off to you. So unfortunately it's not posted yet, as are basically none of my builds before I do them. Be cool though, cool idea, but I just like to experiment. I don't know. For me, part of the fun of playing Dungeons & Dragons Online is the experience of just like having an idea and then running with it and trying to make it work. I think that's one of the most fun parts about like any video game, is having the idea and just trying to make it work, and then, you know, figuring it out and looking for all the pieces and keep working at it and keep working at it and keep working at it and twisting and turning until eventually you get something that is in the place that you want it to be. That I deeply enjoy. I find that part of character building really fun. It's one of the reasons why I like a lot of the character building video games. You know, I'd much rather play a game like BDO over a game like World of Warcraft, where there is no character building, you just kind of play the game. Those games are good on their own right, though. I still enjoy Final Fantasy XIV because the gameplay feels really smooth at high levels. At low levels, it's a lot of like waiting, but at high levels, it feels really smooth. Also, what's up, Float? How are you doing? How's your day? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully everyone's having a good day today. How do I level on Epic efficiently? I feel slow. Currently level 22. Basically, the reality of Epics is there's still not that many Epic quests. So the solution that a lot of people use is you just kind of do every quest. There are some ways to level faster in Epics, but those ways usually use a couple extra tricks. Number one is sagas. So this is one you can do no matter what. You want to run sagas as you level. So what I mean by that is for completing certain quest chains, you get a saga, which when you hand it in, it gives you a large increase in experience. So as an example, if you run all of Ravenloft, so Barovia or Lamortia, once you've done it, you get a saga bonus, and you can then talk to an NPC who gives you a huge amount of XP. There's a lot of epic sagas, starting with the Lords of Dust chain in the harbor. You can run through that into Evening Star, and then in Evening Star, there's a quest chain that will take you into the King's Forest, then a quest chain into the Underdark, and then a quest chain into the Demon Web. Then there's a quest chain, the Harper saga quest chain, that takes you into Druid's Deep, which is also in the Evening Star. You have the High Road, which is off of Evening Star. You have the... did we kill everything? No. You have the High Road, which is off of Evening Star. You have Wayland Prison, which is off of Evening Star. And you have Stormhorns, which is off of Evening Star. And if you do all of those quest chains, which is a lot of quests, not only do you get a ton of favor and a bunch of XP, but you also get like 10 sagas done, which is an extra like million XP on top of what you were already getting. And that's kind of one of the ways you can efficiently game, is by making sure you're doing the sagas. Another way that some people will do it is they will do some of the legendary quests from some of the expansions. Ravenloft, whether it's Barovia or Lamortia or anything like that, Feywild, Sharn, all of these like legendary expansion style content, they're really hard to do on Elite difficulty, especially like the stats that you need to be able to handle these monsters on Elite is massive. They're basically impossible. However, if you play on hard mode, so legendary hard, these quests are actually pretty manageable, even at the lower levels, 24, 25. So at which point, if you want, you can just go do, you know, the Ravenloft expansion on legendary hard. You can go do whatever expansion you want on legendary hard, and then collect the sagas, which give you legendary sagas, which have way more XP. So you can run like an Isle of Dread and a Lamortia if you want to level up, and then as a result, not only are you picking up the dinosaur bone pieces as well as the Lamortian ingredients, you're also getting a ton of experience, way more than you would otherwise do. The only downside is if you already did those in the heroic process, then you're doing the same quest twice. You're not getting any more favor. No. So there's that. And then lastly, the way that people giga farm, and they go real fast, and this is how people get through the leveling process in like 3 hours. They'll do their epics, and it's Slayers. So when you go into an adventure zone, so let's say I'm going to use Ravenloft as an example. When you go to Ravenloft, you go into the Land of Barovia, which is the adventure zone, which is where you have all the quests. If you've ever done Ravenloft before, most people don't walk through Ravenloft. They don't walk through Barovia. Instead, there's a guy that teleports you to every single quest, so you don't have to walk through it. However, if you want to get XP, if you have a group of people, you can farm out all the Slayers in that area. You can buy an item out of the store called a Major Slayer Boost that makes it so every kill counts for 3, and with 6 people all going in different directions, you will be able to finish that. And especially people are killing quickly. They have AoE classes, especially a lot of casters, alchemists, sorcerers, and what have you, who are fast and do a lot of AoE damage. You can get your 7,500 kills done, which is about 1 million XP, in about 20 minutes. then do the next one and the next one and the next one. So you can do Barovia, you can do the Orchard of the Macabre, you can do Thunderholm, you can do a whole bunch of them. As long as people are spreading out, it goes pretty quick. However, that one requires store items, it requires coordinated groups, because you can't do it solo. A lot of the adventure zones and epics, they scale the amount of monsters they have in the area based on the number of players. So that's why you might see sometimes people hosting Slayer groups, so they'll have a group open that just says like Orchard Slayers starts with 4. If you have 1, 2, or 3 people, there aren't enough monsters in the zone. So some people will even say like Hiker's Welcome, where you can whip your character AFK and start at the beginning of the area, and they don't care. As long as you're in the zone, more monsters spawn, so it's faster for everybody. But yeah, the real answer, iPort, is you kind of just do literally every epic quest. Although I don't mind it. I like a lot of the epic quests. Also, happy Friday to you, Rachel. Happy Friday. You're eating soup? Soup. I haven't had soup in a little bit. I should make a pumpkin soup. Maybe this weekend. We'll see. That's a good idea, though. 15 Paladin for Holy Sword, 14 Paladin for Holy Sword, yeah. You want to go 15 if you want Holy Sword and Zeal, but I don't want Holy Sword and Zeal. I just want Holy Sword. Would you consider making a video showcasing the character builder you use? I'm still doing mine on pen and paper. Oh, like how to use the DDO builder? I'm like pretty sure I already have a video on that. Maybe I don't, but I'm like pretty sure I do. But I'm gonna look it up.
Now familiar sound can be heard over here, heading your way.
I don't remember my own life. I mean, who would? Also, what's up, Fight Prime? How you doing? Need more chai? How are you? What's going on? Let's see. Trim Tom. EDO Builder. Let's see. Hey, I got a video for you already. Share video. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I made this. I feel like I did. My pay grade, but yeah, you have a builder video? Yeah. It's difficult because I think of things in like the way that I think of things, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but I only just think of things in terms of madness of the crowd. Yeah, I can only think of things in like, I can only think of things in one way. It's difficult to step outside your zone of knowledge and then try to explain things in different ways, which I do. I try to make sure I do, but I'm not a teacher. I don't have any formal teaching training, so sometimes it can be difficult to try to have a way to explain that. So the Beginner Basics series helps out a lot with like reframing everything, and so I make a list of everything I want to discuss with the character, and I find the best way to explain it before I start like making the video. So I don't miss out on important details. But when it comes to the builder, that was a little difficult because it is a bit more of an advanced tool, and it is, I wouldn't say it's like unintuitive, but it's not as smooth as you would like. I find a lot of, it's very easy for people to get overwhelmed by the DDO builder because it's a lot of like buttons at the top, and you have to like know what they do, or put your mouse over them and wait for the tooltip and then read the tooltip, which is not something everyone is going to do. It takes a little while to tinker and explore with it. Or right-clicking. Right-clicking is also a good one. I'm the Stream Tom. The sometimes come across as short or rude. I love your channel and any gripes I have DD or comments towards you. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I don't think anything of it. Understandably, like some of the complaints that you might have about certain elements of the video game, such as like the like you've mentioned in the past, like zerging and what have you, these are complaints that a lot of people share, and I personally do also have an issue with. I just don't really know how you solve those types of problems. Not that they can't be solved. They can, there's always a solution to different types of problems, but it's one of those where I'm like, I also don't know the answer either. But I also don't know if they're like, you can or like what the solution is, because that's a really tough one. I always think of it as like kind of putting the genie back in the bottle. It's really difficult once people experience going faster to tell them, hey, go slower. I don't know. I've never seen a successful case where people have decided, oh yes, going slower is more fun in a video game, because power creep and feature creep usually gets people to go faster, especially as games get older. But there probably are examples of video games that have like gotten slower or gotten more, not slower, but they've been able to kind of dial in the speed over time. Although I don't know what that is. I'm not sure. Reaper 20? I wouldn't make the average group go slower though. People are still going to zerg through the game and sprint through. So it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer though. Whoop, whoop. Oh god, typing is hard. I also like to run the epic house quest for the tokens. Yes, that's the other thing too. If you don't do this, I would highly recommend during epic leveling, make sure you run all of the quests that give you tokens of the 12 at least once. So that way you get 20 tokens of the 12 every single time you reincarnate. It makes it a lot easier. So then you don't have to go do any farming because you're gaining XP at the same time.
I have a common complaint from a local friend of the channel, Ludacris.
Okay.
He says I am too lucky, and my lobster is too buttery and my steak is too juicy.
Yep.
How do I solve this issue?
So the trick is you are too lucky. I agree with him. It's a huge problem. So I don't know how you solve this problem, but you better figure out fast or there will be consequences. Thank you. Gonna work on Sagas on Elite. Reaper feels hard for a first life for 600 HP. Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, I have 1200. I'm level 16, right? It's definitely Reaper mode is one of those things that is difficult to get started with, and is one of the reasons why I don't recommend people start with Reaper mode in any capacity. Like, if you're at the beginning of the game, play Elite difficulty. When Hardcore comes out, I play Elite difficulty. When my character sucks, I play Elite difficulty. Sometimes you just don't have the right build. Sometimes you just don't have the right build. You got Thick Hide 5 runs in a row. This is the same. You like this is like, yeah, I get Thick Hide. I get rigged. Where is Brunty? Do you need help, Brun? I don't know where this person is. Yeah, Vaughn 1 to 4 is also good. Yeah. Ah, they detoured. All right, perfect. This is one of those quests that, because there's all the different directions in which you can go, Ron Pits only spawns in 3 places, and the Scorpion is always on the east side of the map. So you can kill the Scorpion, check 2 of Bronze Pit's places, and then check the last one, and you can always finish this quest nice and easy. But also, Thick Hide 5 runs in a row is actually crazy. Is it a good idea to split Cleric in Strength Domain for +2 Strength, Strength for Flex Save, Quarterstaff Melee? I mean, the problem with Strength Domain is that Strength Domain is not good. And also, the other problem with Strength Domain is that Clerics, for reasons that I'm not really happy about, they made it so that Clerics pretty much need to take the War Domain for the access to Holy Sword. So Clerics in their tree don't get any critical threat range and multiplier, which means you just lose a gigantic amount of weapon damage unless you take War Domain, or you play an Inquisitive, or a Horizon Walker, or a Vistani Knife Fighter who gets it out of their tree, and then you can play Strength Domain. But who's playing Strength Domain Vistani Knife Fighter? Like, nobody? So yeah, I don't know. It's a decision that they made. A lot of people were upset about it, myself included, when we got the domains access. Especially because Favorite Souls, who get War Souls, don't have this feature. They don't have domains, so they just have it in their tree, which is weird. Also, Dumbo, thank you so much for the bits. That's a ton. Yo, thank you for the 666 bits. I really appreciate it. I hope we're doing very, very well. Thank you so much for the support. Man, that's a lot. Again, I'm extremely grateful. I hope your day's going good. I mean, I hope it's going good regardless, whether you give me bits or not. But hopefully it's cooler where you are than it is here. How are you? What build are we watching today? We're watching, this is a pure charisma paladin. It will eventually have all of the bells and whistles that you're looking for in a pure charisma paladin, but we're not quite there yet. We're still working on it. Age of Rage. Age of Rage. So this one is a character that is entirely designed around in the future using a weapon called the Eidolon of Shadow. This weapon was added in the Feywild expansion, and it is a sword that deals pure force damage, no physical. Which means, if a monster has physical damage reductions, like a devil, where you need silver and good to bypass it, guess what? You can ignore that. You can ignore it, because it just does force damage. On top of that, it only uses charisma to hit and damage. Oh wait, we gotta find the thing. It only uses charisma to hit and damage. So you need to play a charisma-based character. You can't get another way through. So the solution here is charisma. I'm using charisma entirely. Now, during the leveling process, I don't have that sword because it's a legendary sword. So to get around this, I'm playing as a Sacred Fist, which gives me access to charisma and damage from the religious feat, Divine Dream, which at level 6 lets me use any key weapons with charisma to hit and damage, which is kind of cool. I'm gonna have more people joining my group who are not on the first part, aren't they? Okay. This is the one problem with Age of Rage. Because you can't do it in order, almost every single person that's joined has been like, oh, I actually can't do this quest, and then they get bounced. No. This is the 4th quest.
Pressure builds behind your eyes.
I hope SSG will someday change the Age of Rage chain to not have the weird lockouts like it does, because literally both these guys are leaving. Oh, that's 7 people that have joined and left my group because they didn't do the first one. Unbelievable. Well, you know what that means, though? If you're playing right now and you're level 14 to 16, there's a lot of people who have nothing to do right now because they can't join my group. So if you need a group on Brain and you're level 14 to 16, open up an open party for, like, Orchard, and you'll have a full group in seconds. Yes, and also the title of the chain, Age of Rage, is, of course, yeah, it's the 4th quest. Anyways, so yes, I have the Divine Dream, which lets me use any key weapon, or while I'm centered, I can use charisma to hit and damage. However, you may also notice I'm using a two-handed sword, the Sword of Shadows, and I'm not centered at all. So this doesn't work either. So the next solution is Purple Dragonite. Purple Dragonites get charisma to hit and damage while using greatswords. So I have charisma to hit and damage in 3 ways. Purple Dragonite, Paladin, and the sword that I'll get later, which is really funny. I think I have almost every single source of charisma to hit and damage in the game on my character, which is really funny. Just all of it's kind of baked into one, which I personally think is amazing. I'm missing charisma to hit from Sorcerer, charisma to damage from Bard, and I don't think there's anything else. I think that's pretty much it.
Occultist's strange experiments are not as inert as they seem.
If you see eyes emoji, a person saying speaking head emoji, 67, no entry sign emoji, cross mark emoji, instead of 67, white tick mark emoji, they are an imposter, alien emoji, among US, police light emoji, at 6 keycap emoji, 0 keycap emoji, 7 keycap emoji, PM, cityscape at sunset emoji, today, calendar emoji, you must, speaking head emoji, say, 6 keycap emoji, 7 keycap emoji, handshake emoji, perform the 6 keycap emoji, 7 keycap emoji, handshake.
True. You know, this is how we got to keep ourselves safe from imposters. There could be an imposter among us, you guys. And so the only way to keep ourselves safe from all of the imposters is, if you hear somebody say 67.
This must be the book.
That's so funny.
The book is instantly
I mean, he's right. There's no arguments here. He's just right. Yeah, that was not that funny, but it just kept going, which I find funny. I'm definitely one of those people that enjoys when the joke is dead, and then you keep beating it into the ground. like that kind of magical moment where a joke stops being funny, but then you just keep saying the joke again, and it kind of wraps back around to being funny again. That's I love that.
And broken their link to the insane Lord of Ives. Yet the city is still gripped by the ancient curse that destroyed the
Can you please
giants.
explain the original joke?
The cult is gone.
It's just stupid.
The rage remains.
As I couldn't read it. Yep. The joke that keeps going. Oh yeah, just keep going. The Jerk. Oh, movie. This is a movie. I don't know anything about this movie. You know what? I'll do the cursory Google. This is the main problem with not seeing any advertisements anymore, because the only video service I watch is YouTube, and I don't see any ads on YouTube because I pay for YouTube Premium. Some people just use ad blockers, but not me. You still don't get it? That's okay. You're too old.
Now to see if you
Oh,
can
this is an old
convince
movie.
this weary tribe to
It's not an
part
ad on
with
YouTube.
Vulcan's
Oh.
gift. The Drow guard looks
Oh,
you up
I'm
and down,
out of
then
touch.
motions
I'm
you
uncultured.
over.
Oh, crap.
The guard tells
Well,
you that the Drow
damn it.
temple is normally forbidden to outsiders.
The Twitch handle just
If
to
you
join
want to get
Twitch.
inside, you'll need to seek
No,
the
it's okay.
favor
It shows
of
up on
the
screen and you can hear it.
elders of the village. The
I
cavern
like to say every
opens
joke
out,
67 times. A
revealing
lot of people like to say
clearing
every
that
joke
contains
67
a
times.
small Drow settlement
Twitch
dotted with
Turbos, no ads either? Yeah. I just think it makes the most sense from a perspective. Here's my personal problem. I've said this before. I actually don't mind advertisements from the concept of sometimes you got to know about things that are coming, right? Like, not all new products are bad. Sometimes new products can be fun or entertaining, like a new movie, right? Like, I watched Project Hail Mary, and the only reason I knew that Project Hail Mary was a thing is because I watched Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they were talking about it, and I was like, oh, that's a movie coming out. Like, unless I was watching that show, I don't see any commercials, so I had no idea this movie was coming out. And that was like an incredible movie. And so I don't mind every single advertisement. The problem that I have is that the advertisements suck. There's too many bad advertisements. So what I mean by bad advertisements, number one, I don't want to buy a Lexus. I don't want to buy any new cars, but I get car commercials all the time if I see commercials. You know, I don't care about this. There's sometimes a product will come out that I already have. It's like, oh, there's like a new expansion for a video game or a new game coming out. I'm like, cool, I bought it. All these companies are stealing and selling my data anyway. So they know the demographics that I fall into. That's how they advertise towards you. Everything is targeted ads towards you, exactly your demographic. Here are the things you like, your top 10 interests, and they show those ads to you so that way you can see them. And then also some people will pay enough money to show their ads to pretty much every single person that can get those ads. You know, I'm a male in my 30s. I probably want to buy a car. Makes sense. Sure. But like, if they're already stealing all of my data without my consent anyway, which I don't think they should do, and I should think our legislators should work harder to stop all these rat bastard dickhead companies from stealing all our information and trying to destroy all of our lives and control us. But if they're not going to do that, don't show me ads for stuff I already bought. Is that it? I think it's a fair ask, a fair piece of compensation. Look, if these evil giant mega corporations are going to steal all of my data, at least do a good job. Holy moly. Book is better? Good to know. I should read more. I have committed to wanting to read more.
An umber hulk erupts from the wall and attacks.
Simpleton sometimes? Nah, me too. I get it. I'm simple as well. Audiobook stream? Just listen to me listen to an audiobook. I mean, I've heard telltale that there is a big struggle amongst the youth in modern times, that apparently a lot of kids are really struggling with reading for a lot of reasons. I mean, the main reason is, again, pretty much the internet in totality and the modern instant gratification sort of media sphere landscape
Don't
that we have.
ask questions, just consume product
makes
and then
everything a lot
get
more complicated.
excited for next product.
Well, I can't be excited for next product to consume because I don't want it. They show me garbage. Give me something that's not garbage. Please. I think the last time I saw an ad for something that I thought was sick was Elden Ring Night Rain. And I have it, and it's great. It's very fun. But yeah, so anyway, learning recently about the struggles that a lot of younger people are having, where the younger generations are cooked when it comes to being the ability to read or pay attention to things. That's why I'm like, I should read more. I don't struggle with reading in any capacity, and in fact, I spend a large portion of my day reading stuff. But I just don't really read a lot of fiction. I read a lot of nonfiction. So I read a lot of articles, journals. Float actually sent me a really riveting article that was all about the specific proteins that are involved in DNA synthesis, which is really interesting. So like I'm trying to spend more time like reading stuff, but I just don't really read a lot of fiction, and I feel like I should, as somebody who, like, that's a skill I want to hone in better, is description, because I like doing dungeon mastering in real life, like you know, leading people through D&D dungeons and what have you. And so as a result of this, it's important to be able to have the skill to be able to describe individual things, and you get a lot of descriptive skill by learning from others who are already very good at it, which is where reading fiction comes in. Because in fiction, you have to close your eyes and picture a physical space. And so having people who are extremely talented in describing physical spaces or pictures or people or things, I need to work on that skill. So I need to read more non-fiction, which is a problem. And they do it the way they do. What are we going to do? Well, the answer is, again, that's where we need a...
You have earned the favor
nice,
of
we
the
did that.
First Elder.
The answer to what are we going to do is hope. Not so much hope, but oh, we're done. It's all done. Nice. Good job, everybody. The answer to what are we going to do is we just need the people that actually make decisions. So we need to hold, like, you know, government officials and other people accountable for things, and they put regulations in place that stop these mega corporations from destroying the entire planet.
The smell of smoke fills the air.
Any schools have changed how they teach reading? Yeah, it depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. In a lot of places, this is a bigger topic for this than this live stream. But if you're unaware, either because you don't have children or you don't interact with this, depending on where you are, sometimes teaching standards have changed. So some regions will go to either more standardized systems, or they will, you know, larger education companies will like pay money to then have their education templates put into places that give like strict guidelines and requirements, which may or may not work out well for every single individual student. So there's like some issues like that, as well as like lack of funding and other issues, and defunding of education being like a very important thing for several groups who want control of, you know, the planet. But then the other element of it as well is like education, or attention economy is also really complicated, because I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, when I wanted to play something, I'd have to go outside and play with sticks and rocks, because that's all we had when I was growing up. That's right, sticks and rocks and nothing else. So it's like, oh, you want to play sticks and rocks again? Hey Johnny, you want to play sticks and rocks? That's what we had. We had sticks and rocks. We had nothing else. And so nowadays, kids, they get bombarded with information from every single direction, 24 hours a day, where there's constantly information coming in at them. And as much as I would like to, like, the way that some people try to think of it is they try to like shame parents. Well, they'll be like, well, you know, parents should be spending more time with their kids. They should be spending more time teaching their kids individual things. And I don't disagree with that, you know, more of the responsibility does lie on the parents. However, there's a lot of parents who are coming into a world where they also don't understand how to navigate these things. How are you supposed to know that, you know, showing a certain type of video content might have a damaging effect on your child if it doesn't have that same damaging effect on you, if you can watch it and not get the same amount of influence from it? It's like, it's difficult, and the education there is like not really taught to people, so they end up, so there is obviously an issue in terms of like what's happening in the household, but these things spawn from, like, again, the greater, more societal pressures of attention economy and major mega corporations doing everything they can to grab the attention of children for advertising revenue at the cost of many people's lives. It's pretty wild. Necro 4. Necro 4. I feel like it. So yeah, so it ends up being like this big hullabaloo. So instead of like, what the easy answer is to damn the parents and say, yeah, you shouldn't sit your kid in front of the iPad. You're a bad person. Bad. Instead, because that doesn't really work, One, because a lot of people end up stuffing their kids in front of the iPad because they're working 2 jobs and they're exhausted and they have larger pressures on them, or they don't have enough time to actually watch or like be as there for their kids all the time because they have extra different types of concerns, and or they themselves are being bombarded by different types of media. Instead, I just want to say that I don't think blaming people is a good way to solve problems. But I do think that there is, I have a great deal of like admiration and respect for the people that can push through and still spend the time to make sure, like, you know, they have family reading time and they have, you know, they're teaching their kids like about respect, and they spend a lot of time to work on all of these things, even with the changing media landscape, because again, it's easy to vilify people, but I think it's also even more important to kind of recognize that there are people that are working very hard to make sure their kids have better lives and to make sure their kids are not getting completely destroyed by the influences of the major media companies that wish to control literally every single thing about your entire life and what you do. Of which I am also complicit, because guess what? Amazon is owned, or Twitch is owned by Amazon, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, who also wants to control every element of your life. Don't ban me, Jeff. Please. Don't ban me. Everything I said was in jest. Probably. I don't know. Yeah. Banner ad during summer break when I was in middle school. Amazing. Yeah, the AI generated ads I think are actually a good thing because people hate them. I think AI generated ads are good because people really hate AI generated nonsense. They can recognize it like right away. Described method of teaching reading called queuing, which uses context to learn the word instead of phonetics. Well, that's queuing context instead of phonetics. I mean, phonetics is not a bad thing. The issue is not that people can't learn to read either. It's that you don't need to in a modern society read as much as you needed to before. Like if you were a kid, like when I was younger, it was like TV, radio, books. That's how you could get your media. Maybe like a video game or what have you, but it's TV, radio, books. And so TV and radio have like strict regulations about how they go through stuff. Even if you're learning things through just listening to the radio and you're listening to just straight up commercials, you know what you're learning at the least? You're learning marketing speak. You're learning how people can say things to convince you of other things, which will subtly go into your mind, and you'll be able to pick up and learn these things. But then when you get to the completely unregulated, unfiltered internet medium where anybody can post anything at any time, and then kids are exposed to it all of the time, and there's no reason for it. Oh god. Anyway, long story short, to all the parents out there who spend a extremely large amount of time working with their kids to make sure they get both a good education at school and at home, you know, I salute you. It's a very, very difficult job, and all the people who are working extremely hard, you know, it's good. It's a good thing. I get AI generated TikTok ads on YouTube. YouTube Shorts, baby. Whenever somebody is like, people have asked me like, oh, why don't you like post more short form content? I'm like, I don't know, because shorts are, in my opinion, leading to the destruction of, again, people's like, media integrity. I hate it. Hose water? Yeah, hose water. True. That's also a good way to get entertainment. You thirsty? You gotta drink out the hose. Back in my day, we didn't have no sink. All we had was the hose. You warm in the summertime? Hose. Thirsty? Drink out the hose. Want to have fun? You know, we didn't have no super soakers. You just put your thumb over the spigot and blast people.
The seal shudders and opens the depths of the temple. Dank, cold air.
Yeah, and more companies need to do this.
A voice echoes in your mind. Summon forth the 12 seals.
You know, adapt and have for audible time. It's the best unadds environment to the interwebs. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I think that if you're like an adult, you are like growing up in this magical media playground where anything you could ever want exists. So for me, if I decide I want to take up a new hobby, I want to get into this. I want to own a pet crayfish. I just want to do, what if I just want to do that? I want to have a crayfish. I want that to be my pet. So I want to go get myself a crawdad and have it as a pet. I bet I could find 1,000 videos on YouTube. 1,000 videos of people going through their own experiences about not only getting crayfish pets, what tanks to use, specific types of food, regional foods, regional crayfish. Every bit of information you could ever want is out there. If you want to do something, create something, build something, as an adult, as a grown-up, there's an infinite amount of information, and it's this ultimate playground that, you know, we fantasize about, or like, you know, not we, but I fantasize about as a young person of like, yeah, the collective information of the humankind is at your fingertips at any moment. It's an amazing place. You want to learn something? Like, my front door was jammed. There's like not jammed, but there's like the lock was jamming, and I didn't know how to fix it. I had no idea how to fix it. I could have called like a locksmith. I could have like asked a friend who maybe knew how to do something about it, but most of my friends didn't know how to fix it either. After I did a quick ask of like, hey, do you know how to do this? Turned to YouTube, and I found a video of some locksmith who was like, yeah, here's how you fix it. Showed a video, and I did it myself. I didn't call a guy or do something. I learned a new skill. And then afterwards, I was like, oh, I can do other stuff. So I started working on some of the other doors around the house. Now they all work a little bit better. You know, greasing things, resetting some of the hinges and stuff. And I learned a new skill because that's the future that I live in. The problem is the young people who have no idea how to filter any information, who also get targeted by evil companies who want to basically just capture their attention in exchange for nothing, no learning. It's not like a lot of these companies are, you know, they have like an incentive to actually teach kids information or things. Ain't no Sesame Street. Instead, they get to throw kids into the short form attention economy where they don't have the regulation to know that this is bad for them. As a grown-up, people have that internal reflex where you'll see this all the time, where people talk about how they're like the doom scrolling, where they like lay on their phone and they just kind of stare at it, and then they're like, oh, I wasted an hour doing this, I should do something else. Like, they have that reflex. I wasted an hour, I should have done something else, I should not have done what I just did, right? They can think of that, they can come up with that thought on their own. A child can't. They don't understand, and that's what they get stuck into. So it's this weird double-edged sword where and it's not really weird, it's intended to be that way. Inferno of the Damned. Anyone have fire/ice? I didn't get the spells. I'm an idiot. I was talking thick. But you have this weird horrible future where we have all the toys that we want, but at what cost? And again, the cost is media companies destroying children's attention spans for profit, because it's cheaper and they don't get, there's almost no enforcement of it. You have to specifically filter out shorts when searching on YouTube. Yeah. Google's AI bullshit so much. I'm glad Germany held liable. Yeah, there needs to be more of that. So good job EU for trying to hold at least some tech companies liable when nobody else will. I will say, man, I wish that you could just like use the AI function where it searches for stuff, where it like scans through 5 websites and looks for the thing that you are actually looking for and helps you out. I wish that was actually a good feature, because when you like think about a search engine, you don't really want, like, in the bare bones, what I think most people don't want, or what they do want, is they want to go to a website, type in a question, get an answer that they can understand, and then they go on their way. And I think that's how a lot of people treat Gemini, which is the Google AI, where when you type a question and you like ask it something and it summarizes it for you. The problem is Gemini, around certain topics, sometimes it's okay, but around a lot of topics, it's so staggeringly incorrect. And one of those unfortunate topics is video games, because AI doesn't know how to parse video games at all. It doesn't understand how to separate video games from the real world. So you'll be like, how do you beat this boss? And it'll be like, this boss is a wolf, and you can stab them. And it's like, oh, great, thanks, Gemini. It's not real. I'm not talking about a real...
Flames of damnation engulf this room.
Did I crit? Whoops. But it's like, yeah, you can kill it doing this. It's like, okay, well, that's not in real life, please. I'm playing the game. What weapon should I use to do this thing? Ugh, it's horrible. On an apocalypse, because we're going to rule the world with cursive and map reading. Yo, map reading, straight up useful skill. Not just map reading, Lorthane. Another skill that's also valuable for this one is also that, like, I don't know how to describe it. I think of it as like community-oriented handiness, of like, you know, you just generally know how to do a couple things around your local area, and then you can use that to help other people in your local area. Like, I know a lot of people who are extremely skilled in certain things, whether it's like engineering because it's their field, or like computer science or other types of skills that they have that are extremely valuable in the modern day and age, but like don't know how to like fix a thing. They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to do like handy repairs, which are like super valuable. And that's just like an incredible skill that is difficult to learn and hard to do.
The Guardian goes as the fourth torch flares to life.
It's not hard to learn, for the record, in the sense of there's an infinite amount of information. It's everywhere. It's actually very easy to learn. It's easier to become handy than ever. But a lot of people just don't have those skills because they have other skills that are also equally useful. Because for every person that's like super handy and is capable of like manipulating things or building things or fixing stuff, you know, like, oh, you know, your deck is a bit wobbly at the end there. Hold on, let me just build this, and now deck is fixed. That sort of information is lost in some of the newer generations, but the newer generations have, not newer generations, not all of them, but like my generation. We have a lot of better like media literacy, understanding how to tell if something is like real or not real on the computer. A lot of like the kind of technological literacy, how to understand how things work together, which is just a different type of skill. It's weird, man. It's weird. Needs attention. Everyone lets me leave one. Take care, Lorthane. Enjoy the rest of your day. Just called that IQ. For everyone on common sense. Yeah, it's tough. It's not really. I mean, IQ is always like a measurement of very specific maths and reading requirements, which is kind of weird. Like your understanding of like logic problems. It's kind of like a predictor of like understanding of logic, sort of. Not entirely. It's weird. IQ is a weird one. Because I do really well on an IQ test. Traditionally, I always have. But if you listen to me talk about things, or watch me attempt to do very simple tasks, you'll learn I'm very stupid. But I can ace an IQ test. When I was a kid, we used to have like we used to have those like Mensa, or my parents would give me like those Mensa books, which basically train you for IQ tests. So where it's a lot of like the similar styles of logic puzzles. So again, I would do super well in an IQ test, but like then you get to the 3D world problem solving of like, you know, hey, again, something as simple as like fixing an object. Like, hey, this thing is, you know, a table is wobbly. What's a better solution? How do you fix the wobbly table? And that comes into more of like your general like handiness, or kind of, again, yeah, handiness is a good way to describe it, which does not come up on IQ because it's a different type of skill. It's just weird. Like I said, I would destroy an IQ test, but yeah. That's just by age, so your age makes your IQ go down. Numbers literally meaningless once you're 13 years old. Well, yeah, but that's only nerd shit, dude.
The torches lie cold.
Apparently modern teenagers can read analog clocks, and somehow I predicted this by asking how do you code digital clockwise in array. That's so... Oh, I didn't even think about the idea of like not being able to read an analog clock. Because to be fair, most clocks are digital almost everywhere you go. But then describing somebody, okay, we're gonna go clockwise, and then they're like, what's clockwise? Oh, that's a weird thought I've never had before. That's amazing. SKF for a hardcore build. It won't do very well. It does not do very well. The problem is DDO doesn't understand, or like AI doesn't understand what Dungeons & Dragons Online is. So it starts giving you 5th edition when you ask it questions, and it has no clue what's going on. The paper under wobbly table lag. That is a good temporary solution. Missing somebody. They're coming. Nice. No one said to me completely seriously. I'm quite clever. You know, I do good on an HQ test. Wanted me to use a feed on dire charge. I mean, to be fair, there was a time where you could use a feed on dire charge. It's been 5 years. That's right, it's been 5 years, but I'm fine when someone didn't know clockwise. Oh yeah. Although to be fair, I think that's probably few and far between. I think even a lot of modern young people will understand what clocks are because it's in cartoons and stuff. Like, people will know what clocks
You will
are.
arise
Maybe
when
don't know how
times
to
are
read a
dark.
clock that well, but yeah, sorry. Saltmarsh was a long time ago.
The cinder spawn springs forth. I feel my power returning.
I've always found it funny, those,
There is but one left.
what do you call them? Like the,
The road descends into flowing
you'd see like, daytime TV hosts and stuff like that. I think it was like a lot of Ellen DeGeneres and things where they'd like pull on like these young kids and be like, do you kids know how to use a rotary phone?
while the flames
The kids are like, no, I don't know how to use a rotary phone. I don't even know what this wacky device is. And then the joke is like just to laugh at the kid who's like doesn't know how to use a rotary phone because they've never experienced one in their entire life. And that's like kind of the joke of some of these segments you would see on TV. But then like I guarantee if you were just like, hey, just flip it to like one of the slightly older people in the audience and be like, hey, can you figure out how to get put this phone into airplane mode? And then it's like, oh, no. Can you turn your phone into a Wi-Fi hotspot? Huh? You mean this device that can do anything? Oh no. All right. Flesh maker. Take care. No, we missed the take care. No, somebody left my party before I hit him with the take care. I was typing too slow. I still know the rotary for kids to use. This is the thing that is complicated. When I was a kid, I would like, you would give somebody your phone number, right? And then like another kid, and then it's like, oh yeah, call my house if you want to do whatever. So you would call your friend's house or whatever and be like, hey, can I talk to so-and-so? And then they get them on the phone. I don't know how people do that nowadays. Because like, dude, I would not want a kid calling my cell phone. That'd be horrible. Ever. I'm never gonna have kids, so I don't have to deal with this problem. But like hypothetically, if I did have to deal with this problem, I would find it, I'd be annoyed. Wouldn't be able to use a fax machine without any help. I think the fax machine is a amazing ahead of its time device that has been replaced, but oddly enough, I still have a big appreciation and love for fax machines. I love fax machines, dude. Ugh, fax machines.
The nauseating smell of rotting death.
I used to use them all the time. It was like, hey, I need this picture of this thing. Oh, you need this? No problem. And now they have a physical copy of the thing. A facsimile.
The stench of refuse is overwhelming.
Yeah, man. The best is I had business cards. I still have some from when I used to work in sales. And on my card, I would have my phone number, my office number, and my fax number. Dude, the number of times... Yes, that's why it's called a fax machine. The number of times where I would get phone calls to the fax machine where somebody would just type, I don't even know how it happens. It literally says fax and then the phone number.
I used to
so if you're
call
calling
my
the fax
friend's
machine, that's your
house
fault.
phone when he was beating me in online games to disconnect him since his phone line was still connected to his internet. What a great
Hell
time to
yeah.
learn to troll.
That's an advantage, dude. Absolutely, that's so funny.
This passage leads behind the
But anyway, so if you've never used a fax machine before, a fax machine is a phone. Like, that's just what it is. It uses the phone line to send this information. They just, it's the same reason why the internet kind of uses a phone line, where it's the same type of like, same type of cable, depending on your internet provider. But yeah, so people could call the fax line, and the number of times I'd be sitting in my office and then I hear my fax machine goes off, and if you call a fax machine just starts screeching at you. It goes like right in your ears. And so listening and hearing somebody call the phone line, and then the fax machine picks up, and then you hear like, hello, is anybody there? And then the fax machine starts going crazy at them, and you're gonna be like, oh, god damn it. And then talking to somebody in person, they're like, yeah, I kept calling your number and it kept screeching at me. Something's wrong here. And I'm like, you called the fax machine, dude. That's not a me problem. You're older than me. You should have figured that one out. I always loved it. That was amazing. Of course, not so long as you had to talk where the phone was. Well, yeah, but to be fair, I think a lot of that was just like good parenting, where like, when you're a kid, your parents have the family phone which is in the kitchen somewhere or like in the living room, and it's in a visible place so everybody can see you're standing there. So that way, if you want to go talk on the phone, you have to talk on the phone in front of everybody. So then as a parent, you can find out like what your kids are doing, and also make sure that, you know, that you can make sure they're having respectful conversations and what have you. I think that's just good parenting, to have like a family phone that is in a communal space. And then, of course, I remember watching like all the 90s TV where like all of the kids had phones inside their bedrooms. And so they'd have their phone that would have like this long ass cable, and they'd always be like, they'd have the phone in one hand, and then they'd actually have the actual phone in the receiver, and they'd walk around back and forth. And we were watching like Sabrina the Teenage Witch and all this other stuff. And I'm like, man, my parents would never let me have a phone in my bedroom. It's psychotic. What are you talking about? What if I needed those phone calls?
Mental hid in the control room and awaited help.
Smell of a mimeograph machine ink. Mm-hmm. These days, we'll understand having to disconnect the internet in order to make a call. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking on the phone while one of us are in the respective living rooms. Yeah, exactly. You make the plans while you're at school, and then when you get home, you tell your parents, hey, I'm going to Josh's house. Okay. Then that's it. Oh, if you want to get a trip, dude, look up commercials for car phones. I remember when I was doing or was in my driving course for the first time. So I learned to drive when I was 16, and I took driver's ed. And in it, we had to watch a video about, it was a driver's safety video about being careful when you're driving and not to drive distracted. And so the situation was that there was a guy, he was going to turn, he was on the street, he was going to turn left onto the highway. There's an on-ramp onto the highway, he had to take a left. However, motherfucker was on his car phone, and so he was too busy. He was holding the car phone, he had this big ass blocky console like right in the middle of the car, and he had the big car phone, and he wasn't paying attention, and he turned as somebody was coming through, and he almost hit them. And they're like, yep, you gotta be careful, make sure you're not distracted by your car phone. Now, I'm not that old, so when I did driver's ed, this was 2008. But we're watching this video from like the 80s with somebody with their like big ass car phone that's like, again, like the size of like basically the car phone is like the size of this fucking piano behind me. It's like the size of the keyboard. Ah, shit, that was so funny. And the teacher was like, listen, this lesson's about distracted driving. Don't focus on the car phone. But how could you not focus on the car phone? Because, and the paper was still warmer from printing. Oh, yep. At Josh's house? What do you mean I'm doing? Hanging with my friend is the only answer? Yeah, exactly. Well, also, you know, there'd also be the you know, the friends that you know where your parents would like know the name, where there's either like, you know, Josh's parents didn't give enough supervision or whatever, so you could go over and do whatever you want. What are you doing at Josh's house? Nothing. Why are your fingers burnt? I don't know. Josh's parents let us play with fireworks. I don't know. I dropped out of college with 1 month left in my film degree. Thought I wasn't getting it. Turned something off credits for my associates. Got my degree today. Oh, well, congratulations on getting your degree. I'm sorry that you had to drop out. Hopefully the circumstance of the reason why you dropped out wasn't too dire, and hopefully everything is well with you. But happy to hear you're getting your degree. Hey all, stream, I have a quick question. If it wants to go weapon fighting rogue, isn't DPS over weapon fighting, or does the increased attack speed make up for that? So it's a bit of a wash, Kippard. You lose single target DPS because your regular auto attacks will be doing a lower percentage of damage. However, you will be gaining AoE DPS because every AoE attack that you get, whether it's quick cutter or chain attack or whatever, or spike chain attack from Shader Kai or whatever AoE attack you decide to use, they only use your main hand weapon damage, and so you get more attack speed with those, and you get increased damage because you have a higher scaler on your main hand weapon damage. So you gain AoE damage and you lose single target is the answer. However, with single weapon fighting, you also get the ability to use a second weapon, which means you can double up on legendary green steel effects.
Descending deeper into the glacial abyss.
Is there an orb that you can get that you can craft an LGS effect on right now? I don't think so. I think you can only get one. Well, rogues can't use orbs anyway, but yeah. So if you're single weapon fighting, you kind of just lose an LGS effect. We had a bonfire, and I'm an idiot. Oh yeah,
This soul-bound brother
that makes sense. Yeah,
This is our chance to be together.
I just when I was younger, maybe I don't know how old you are, but when I was younger, I also ended up dropping out of school, and I wish I never did. I know. Oh yeah, you can craft. No, Dynabone Orb is can't give you LGS effect because it's treated as a shield. So it can get some good effects. It gets like the armor effects, but you can't get LGS. But yeah, I ended up dropping out of school, and I wish I hadn't. But I had other problems, so it was not really an option for me. Legendary green steel. These are like the super endgame effects that scale most of the damage. So for example, legendary dust, which reduces enemies' physical resistance rating by 35, which increases your damage by 35%. For every 1 physical or magical resistance rating you reduce the enemy's defense, you get 1% more damage. It reminds me of how young I am compared to most people that play this game. Yeah, but that's okay. Well, here's the thing, right? When you're a young person and you're in a space in which there are a lot of like older people, number one, be careful about who DMs you. But also number two, it gives you an opportunity to kind of like learn a lot about the past, take in things, and it's also like a safe space to ask questions about, you know, either what the world was like, or to get like clarification about things, you know, or get a better sense of like your place in the world, because all of us old fogies have already gone through the experience of trying to figure out our own place in the world and realizing, oh shit, thinking about this stuff is hard and difficult, and some of us still don't have answers, but at least it gives you an idea of, you know, what to look forward to as you get older. Dropped out around 10th grade. Ooh, I wouldn't do that. Supposed to have a place in this world? Well, that's the hard part. Finding your place in the world is what most people spend their entire life trying to do.
It was the only way.
Yeah, they're called LGS effects for the record, because as Bobby said, they used to be on legendary green steel weapons, which were from the Shroud, and then those effects have just been reprinted on modern items because they're basically the most powerful effects we ever got in DDO. Because for those of you that don't remember, we got like the Shroud raids, we got level 30, we got legendary Shroud, and then we got nothing for like a year. So it was a time. Passive old age. There you go. Taking 17 and then doing Shorn. Is it worth it to actually run the Shroud? So one of the best in slot items for Arcane Tricksters is from Legendary Shroud. And it is a mandatory endgame Trickster item. So if you're somebody who wants to be the most powerful caster Arcane Trickster, you gotta run Legendary Shroud, even though it makes you want to put your hand in a door frame and then slam the door on your hand. The dungeons giant holes confuse the hell out of me. Oh yeah. For those of you wondering, out of Legendary Shroud, you can get items that grant you increase to your stats. I mentioned this actually in some of the gearing videos, but you can get items that give you bonuses to skills. So you can get Intelligence Enhancement 22, Insightful 11, and Quality 6, which gives you a total of 39 to Intelligence skills, which is 39 to your Spellcraft, as well as 39 to your Disable Device. Spellcraft is essential because you just want to max out spell power, and Spellcraft Disable Device is essential because it helps you max out your spell DCs. With Arcane Tricksters able to get Disable Device values of over 180, it means that no monsters can resist your spells. It can go in whatever slot you want, but one of your slots is dedicated to that usually. Because again, it might seem that it's like overkill to be like 180 spell DCs. You know what's crazy? When you see 180 spell DCs, that's what you're like, oh, you read it like, oh yeah, I got a plus 180 on whatever. And you watch a monster still make their save in modern content, because that's DDO in a nutshell. Okay, I basically have everything I want. I don't know what else I'm going to take, so I'm going to think about this more. Enough is never enough. Well, let's just say I don't love the scaling in this game as you get higher level. It's a problem. There's a couple problems with DDO. That being said, it's not like it's bad. Like, well, the game is not bad. The scaling is kind of weird, but I don't think the game is bad. But there's like a couple issues there. Being pinged in Discord, why? All right. Ricktail is 8, so I imagine 6. Yeah, it's 6. It's the Lamortia. No, 3? 5? No, 3. 3. You can go to Lamortia at 3. You can go to Lamortia at 3. Because 5 levels under request is the lowest level you can enter it. So once you're level 3, you can go into the first Lamortia quest, and then you can go and get your thing. Is that, or is it 4? Is that the 3 or 4? I'm pretty sure it's 3. I'm like very confident it's 3. It might be 4, but I'm pretty confident it's 3. Is there items like that for wisdom? Yeah, with legendary green steel crafting, you can make one for every single stat. Which means, yes, you could make a plus 39 strength skills item, which is really funny.
A warforged waves you over. No doubt she's one of the crew sent to salvage the ship's cargo.
Swim trickster? I mean, you could. So, fun fact, these types of wacky items from Legendary Greensteel is what used to make up the classic 3-month build from back in the day. So, the 3-month build is basically if you run the Shroud every 3 days for 3 months, to wear multiple pieces of Shroud gear, the first item is free, but if you try to wear a second one, you basically get like a drain on your stats that kills you. So you can't wear multiple items unless you purify them. And to purify them, you need to run the Shroud enough to be able to get this like basically heart thing that lets you purify an item. And to purify 5 items, you need to run the Shroud every 3 days for 3 months. Hence the 3-month build. So, what was the 3-month build? The 3-month build was getting every single guard effect, which is when you get hit, you deal damage to the enemy, in the game. So you would get, like, fire guard, water guard, all acid guard, all the guard effects. So when enemies would hit you, they would take like 150 d6s of damage that's scaled off of melee power or ranged power. The biggest problems with the build is that you would actually get a set bonus from having all of those items together, but the set bonus gave you mana and not health, which was not helpful for what you were trying to do. So that was an issue. Also, getting hit and deal damage is not good. That's an issue. Also, it was supposed to scale off of melee and range power, but it never did, and it never got fixed. So that's an issue. So, the 3-month build, I don't think anybody ever made the 3-month build, but other than like making one item see how it works. But yeah, when it comes to epic quests, Kippard, my general recommendation is run all of the quests that give you tokens of the 12 at least one time, and then just run the entire Evening Star chain, and by that point you're level 28 or 29 and you can do whatever you want to cap out. That's what I do almost every time.
With the Portal Master dead, the pirates will no longer be able to use this cave.
Uh-oh. Don't think about the alert.
Your Your search is finally.
Yo, what's up, Pedicure? How are you? Yeah, oh, sorry, don't do Chains of Flame. Sorry. Do every quest except Chains of Flame. Don't do Chains of Flame, guys.
With the pirates out of the way, you can finally take a look at Vaughn's.
Listen, you might hate yourself, but don't do Chains of Flame.
You've recovered Vaughn's mysterious shipment at long last. It must be very valuable to.
Oh, in fact,
absorb such
Kippard.
attention.
Kippard,
Whatever it is.
do exclamation point quest list in the YouTube chat. One word. Exclamation point quest list. This should work. Come on. Like in the YouTube chat there. The bot should give you my list.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city of Sharn,
And then give it a sec.
Tranmore suggests
Boom.
that you head to the
Look at that bad boy.
Adventurers Guild
So
to
that
find out more
is
about
a
current
little
events
old.
in the city.
So it's not including some of the
Speak to
newer
Summer
quests.
Coronor of the Clifftop
Okay,
Adventurers
Sharn
Guild in the Clifftop
time.
Tower district of Sharn.
That's a little old, but this is, if you can see there, it's pretty useful tool. It's the quest path. This is, I basically ran a bog standard past life, recorded every quest that I did, all the favor that I gained, and you can see at the top, I am a VIP. I have the monster manuals, I have a greater tome of learning, and I had Guild Buster XP and the voice of the master. And then the VIP buddy boost, I just randomly ran with people. So your mileage may vary in terms of your exact being able to follow that path. However, if you're like, oh, I'm level whatever and I don't know what quest to do, that can be a good reference for where you can go to do quests. So if you need an extra thing to double check on, that might also help you. Again, that document hasn't been updated in quite a while. It's pre-Isle of Dread. That's like literally right before Isle of Dread came out.
This looks more like an.
But it's not wrong. They haven't changed. They haven't changed anything like noteworthy. They haven't changed the XP.
Rented this entire operation and transformed it into his place of business.
What's wrong with Chains of Flame? It's just repetitive. And the epic Chains of Flame can go straight to hell. I like the story of Chains of Flame, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of love the fact that you're like going deeper and deeper into the Null Fortress and they have all these traps and setups for you. But that stupid fucking hallway in Epics where there's like the grease ramp where it's grease everywhere and you have to get past the grease to disable the grease. Oh my god, I hate that. God, that's so annoying. And then also, you go, there's like the trap box, and you go to right at the end, and it's a trap box that you go to disable, but if you disable the trap box is trapped, which causes it to then launch you off the edge back to the beginning of the quest. Because it's a gas trap. Oh my. Or like an air trap, whatever. Air jet. Oh my lord. It's really made DDO a much smoother experience. Nice, glad to hear that, Kippard. I hope to continue to provide you with helpful things in the future. That's my plan. Chains is in the sands, yeah. How do I feel about the pit? I love the pit. I think it's a great quest. I think more quests. I think we should get more quests like the pit that are open-ended, where you can see where you have to go, but you don't know where to go. I think those are the best kinds of quests. Where you can see what you like, you know what you have to do, but you don't know exactly know how to do it, and you have lots of options to try. Those are good quests. Because the pit in and of itself is not terribly long, and so if you know how to do it, you can do it really quickly, and if you don't know how to do it, it's going to take you a while, but all the tools are given to you as a player to figure it out. Please tell me somebody didn't just D-door. I do have a video on my YouTube channel, which is the pit in 20 minutes or less, or your pizza's free.
The beacon belongs to me now. I paid the boy.
So if you ever don't know how to do the pit, I have a video on how to do that, but yeah.
Don't think for a moment that you can challenge me in my city.
I just think it's really cool. I think I like the fact that it is a quest that has it is like also fairly linear. It's not as open-ended as I would like. If we ever got a pit 2, I think it would be cool if the pit was like either slightly randomized where there were more doors open, but the orders was different.
You step into Zelf Prospire's tidy office. The Inquisitive calls out to you. Step inside, quickly. There are eyes everywhere. Zelith pulls a switch and nods toward the back.
Concentric
of the
figure
building.
eights? Yeah.
You hear
Once
the
you realize it's
screech
actually just
of
two
stone
towers
as
and you
a
climb
concealed
between the
back
two
door
towers and they kind of
slams.
crisscross.
You walk
Also,
out
Kai
into the
Loves,
streets,
welcome
cogs
back to the stream
towers
team for
loom
15
high
months. Appreciate
above.
support. 15 months is
So
a long time
tall
to
they
subscribe
block
to
out
somebody,
the night
and I'm glad
sky.
you did.
Anyone who knows what's good
Thank
for
you.
them will stay
Welcome back.
indoors tonight. The rain
I hope you're having a grand day. Hydrate? I should hydrate more.
More about the diaspora rivalry from the town. You know what other residents of London might have to say.
The era of ads has ended. That's what you think?
You push open the door to the apartment. The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene. Felon must have spent his recent winnings digging himself out of debt. Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black. After examining the corpse, you
Hello,
can see that
Das.
he was
Oh, I can
killed by a
diplomacy this guy because I'm a
poisoned
paladin.
crossbow bolt.
Hell
His
yeah,
last
I'm
gambling
friendly.
ticket lies just out of
Playing
reach.
an ad. Oh, you want me to play
Just
ads?
one
Here, give me a
pig,
sec. I'll press the
cleaned
ad
up on a
button.
match in an underground fighting ring down in the cogs.
There we go. Ads are going.
Despite clear attempts to make this look like a break.
Here's the thing. I don't really play a lot of ads on the channel. I have the minimum amount of ads playing on Twitch for me to be a partner streamer.
Of the front door. You managed to make it past the desk.
So I put as few ads on here as possible because I don't want to be a Twitch streamer as my full-time job. I want to be a guy who goes into an office and does a job that nobody will ever know that I was doing it, but if I wasn't doing it, they would feel it 5 to 10 years later. That's what my goal for the future is. Just work in some big bureaucratic system doing something mildly important. Kind of like doing admin for an environmental protection agency or something. Like, you know, something that would be kind of fun to do. But that being
The
said,
door to the pawn shop is unlocked, just as with the other
in the
crime
interim,
scenes. Inside,
I want to make the
shopkeeper's body
viewing
lies forgotten
as easy as
alongside all the
possible
other cast-offs
because
in
I
her
do
shop.
spend... No, I didn't
Some
click
small
something.
packages lie in the cauldron. No doubt they were hidden there so they could be
Um,
fenced on the black
because
market
I know
later.
that either there will be days where I'll be missing streaming because I'll be going out for an interview or doing some types of tasks. So I just want to give people a bigger bang for their buck so that people don't feel like they have to subscribe if they feel like they're not getting as much as they used to.
Crossbow bolt dipped in poison and a palm
Or
covered
for like a
in
medical
slashes.
admin thing or thinking of someone else.
Yet this
I
time a
went to
new
school
detail
for
catches
that.
your eye.
For not for
Shattered
admin,
pin
but for
bearing Von Arcanotechnic symbol.
laboratory
The murderer could have
technician.
emptied the pawn shop, and yet
Like, you know
only
when the
Lord
doctor's like, yeah, so you have to go to the go to the lab and they're gonna do some blood work, and then you go and you sit in a chair and the guy is like, hey, what's up, stab, and takes your blood. That's me. I would do that.
Before you. The more you learn about the victims, the more questions you have. You can only hope that Zulkus
Fun fact,
Prospire holds the answers you've been
there's a bit of a crunch right now in that higher field, so they're not really hiring anybody, which is why me and almost everybody in my class is still unemployed. Like I think it was a graduating class of like 60 people, and there's like 4 of us that have gotten jobs. 2 of which had to leave the city, which is great. I could like travel. There's other jobs in other areas. I just don't want to leave the city. I'm very happy where I am. Also, my girlfriend has like high-paying job in the city, and she owns the house, and her life is very nice. So I'm like, you know what? Why don't we just stay here?
Zelith shakes her head. The weight of her brother's betrayal settling over her like the dirt that falls on the streets from above. But you've got a job to finish. Another crime scene.
Just wondering what happened with that stuff? It's just complicated. I still am job searching for the record every day. So the way my day works is like I get up, do a little bit of exercise, then I do job search. Then I usually cook dinner because I still make dinner every day even though I'm streaming, and then I get on and then I live stream. And then after stream, I kind of do a little bit of spacing out. I do some French practice because I'm practicing learning Francais. And then I chill sometimes. I say chill when it is 36 degrees. 36 degrees inside.
Every victim had worked for Vaunt.
person people
It's
imagine
too
when they
big
think of
a
needles.
coincidence to overlook,
Afraid of needles?
especially since a note in the margin
I'm not afraid of needles.
talked about cleaning
I
up loose ends.
I used to be not so much afraid of needles. Afraid of blood. Needles never really bothered me. It's the so like getting a shot, you know, when I do like the flu shot every year or whatever. I don't care about that. Oh, give me the old stab. Who cares? But it's the I donate blood very regularly, and you should do. I encourage all of you guys to donate blood whenever you get the chance, because it's a life-saving thing that you can do once every couple of months. That they give you free Oreos, and it actually does save lives. It's pretty much everywhere you go. It's almost always short. So there's got to be a lot of rationing going on. So if you can, I recommend you do it. But yeah, I donate blood, and whenever I do it, I don't mind the needle part. Like them stabbing me, it's not a big deal. I don't care about that. It's the blood comes out on like a tube, but then goes into a bag, and the tube usually runs across your arm, and it's very warm. So because it's your blood, it's like your body temperature. Whereas your skin on the outside is not your body temperature. Like if you touch your skin will be like, you know, closer to room temp, whatever the ambient air temperature is, where you're closer to your skin temp. But your blood is your body temperature, which is usually like 10 degrees, 15 degrees higher. So feeling that, I'm like, ooh. But I got over it. I have vein distended sometimes, not good. Ugly bruise. Oof, that's the worst. Yeah, I had to go in for blood work yesterday, and I have a bruise because they suck. Whoever did it did a bad job. And yeah, I did the thing where I told them right away. They did it, and I was like, ooh, you shouldn't do that. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not like an expert, but like, I did the school thing. Every time. It's really annoying, so I avoid as much as I can. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that being a very frustrating element. There might be like, if it's like a mental thing where you pass out, there might be some things you can do to try to manage that, but regardless, that has to be super frustrating. I'm very fortunate that the worst that gets me is sometimes I go like, I don't want to think about this right now, and that's it. Contact to the tube, not the temp part. The temp is weird to me. I don't know. It gets me. Warm blood flowing. Like I said, the trick that I use to stop being so squeamish around that sort of stuff, which you can use too, it actually works really, really well. Because I used to, like, I love watching like the medical dramas and stuff on TV, but I always run into the problem of whenever they actually have the surgery scenes, being like, ugh, I gotta look away, I can't look at the screen, it's too gross. And so the solution to that problem that actually works super duper well is you can go on YouTube and watch surgery. It's free. It costs $0. You can just watch surgery. All sorts of different hospitals and organizations will post their surgeries on YouTube. It's free. And so that's what I did. I watched surgery for 10 hours straight. I just put it on and I sat there and I watched it. It was really gross. It was really hard to watch. But you know what? You do it for 10 hours and eventually I got desensitized and I'm fine. Listen, it's not a good plan. I'm not like, oh, conquer your fear by just exposing yourself to it for hours. But it does, it works.
Victor clearly didn't think this through. A familiar voice calls out up ahead. Time's up. Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people. I have it. I'll just teleport away.
Oh, surgeries on YouTube? Well, yeah, but it makes sense. Like, it's like a transparency thing, where like any of these organizations that, you know, if some or any surgery like or hospital organization, they want people to feel comfortable in. Oh, they're here. They want people to feel comfortable in the procedures to make sure that things will go well for them. So by putting the videos on YouTube, it means you can look up the information for yourself. You don't have to just rely on like, oh, take our word for how this is going to go. And it's also an extremely useful tool for other people who are in the field who are going to be learning as well. Because these things used to just be at the library. So if you go to you can go to your local library and there's a possibility that they have videos of surgery that you can watch. Because again, it's a good learning tool for getting that information. And what better way to do it than just whack that shit on YouTube. And then they can put mid-roll ads on that. Although oddly enough, and this might seem counterintuitive to some people, after forcing myself to go through all of that, I don't mind looking at whether it's like surgeries or like blood or what have you, which is good. I still don't really like gore in like movies and video games for the most part. It just makes me uncomfortable in a lot of ways. And I think the big reason is because if you're watching like a surgery or something happening, that's somebody doing an essential life-saving procedure to help somebody. And also the person is like sedated. So it's just like the clinical part of like somebody is doing a thing to somebody to like save their life. They're like doing a task, you know? It's like, it's just work. Whereas like, you know, in a lot of your more gory things, like a Saw movie or something, like the gore and the pain and the suffering is supposed to be the entertainment, and I don't like it. Different mental perspective.
You've arrived at Club Cloth.
Mental version of punching trees to strengthen your hands. Hey, it works in anime. Are you telling me that anime is lying?
Perhaps now you can drive a wedge between the Boromar and the Bog.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot every ad is just gambling ads. That's the other thing too that also sucks. Remember when ads were cool and the companies would have to do something to try to gather your attention? And nowadays it's just like, hey, do you want to throw away your life savings betting on bombing?
But this is
go crazy. Use Kalshi.
Something's brewing, and you're smack in the middle of it. A group of would-be patrons.
Horrible stuff. Really brutal.
They
What's up?
Must not be
oh yeah, I can use some more water.
Opens the front door, allowing you to enter Club Clawfoot. The Dusk thugs lurking outside have set the assistant's nerves on edge. He wants you to check on Club Clawfoot's employees.
I am dying of dehydration, so I should probably drink more water. Dying is an exaggeration, but it's very, very warm in here.
Infestation. Exterminators have already been contacted. Do not.
Oh, thank you. Am I gambling for some gold rolls? Yeah, it's a good idea. Also, it's a neutral agent. How are you? Oh god, what's happening?
A piercing alarm reverberates throughout.
Now we have a nice cool glass of water. It's actually not that cool. It's so warm, the pipes are warm, so the water comes out warm.
It must be an attack.
Gonna gamble on a gold roll today. I have a silver roll and I don't want to spend the shards on it. I say I don't want to spend the shards on it, but I do currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 shards. So I could spend the shards on it. I sold 2 parts of Curse Cleansing for 600 shards each, so I'm pretty wealthy in the shards department. Really wanna. Again, I'm not really motivated by the rolls. I just don't super care about gold rolls. Some people do. Is that double point bonus? It's double bonus for the weekend? Whoa. Spend 700 shards on gold rolls? What? What do you mean instantly spend 700 shards on gold rolls? Gold rolls for what? What are we gambling for?
More attacks are on the way. But for now, you have a moment to rest.
I might use it for gear farming. We'll see. Dude, I love how warm it is. So I have to shave my mustache. It's too long. But because I kind of got the soup strainer thing going on, so whenever I drink liquid, my mustache like gets wet and it has the liquid on it. Also, I know it's gross to say soup strainer, but I mean, it's really what it is. But it's so warm that the water on my mustache evaporates in like 30 seconds. It's horrible. Just look getting the things. Yeah, that's the reason why I have so many XP pots chilling in my bank, is because of all the daily gold rolls. there is value. Whenever, if SSG ever decides to cave and give like daily gold rolls to VIPs or something, that would be a serious upgrade to the amount of value in the VIP program, because a lot of people don't realize how much shit you get with a daily gold roll.
Issue from the
You just get overloaded with garbage.
You hear panic shouts, screams, and
It's just like, it's like, oh, you've got XP potions, Slayer pots, random tomes, other nonsense.
Now you can finally talk to Regina. For your help in keeping her and Encore alive.
Yeah, I don't even know what we would gamble on.
Promised to do everything she can
Stygian Rat, Mythic 4, hell yeah.
And vaunt Arcana Technic.
Rolls were almost never good. Ah, that's a tough one. Yeah, that's, for me, I had daily gold rolls for 2 years straight. Because in 2020, that's when SSG had the season pass, which was the, it was $100 for a DDO sub for the year, right? Well, they asked for $300 up front for 2 years of DDO sub, and in exchange, you got permanent access to the silver dragon scale cosmetic armor to show that you bought the season pass. On top of that, all the quest packs that released in that year were permanently added to your account, so you didn't have to buy them. They just, if you stopped being subscribed afterwards, you just got them forever. And daily gold rolls for 2 years. And when this was initially posted, they called it the season pass. When it was initially posted, a bunch of people were posting on the forums are like, this is, and also there's only 10,000 available. And a bunch of 2 weeks, 10,000. That's all they were selling. And a bunch of people were like, wow, really? I can't believe they're doing this. Like, they're just taking money from people or whatever. It's ridiculous. Like, why? Who would even pay for this? Who would even do whatever? Anyway, I bought it because I was like, well, I'm gonna spend 2 years of VIP anyway. Who cares? Dude, they sold all of them in like 9 days. It was like 9 or 10 days, and so it was ahead of schedule. They closed it down, and then almost like 2 weeks later, there was a whole bunch of people that were posting like, oh my god, the value is insane. Like, people are getting daily gold rolls. They're just rolling in all this stuff. This is bullshit. They should have had more available. It was crazy. It was really funny to watch, like, literally the same people who were saying that it's too expensive and nobody would buy it within like 2 weeks after it closed, realizing, oh, this is what they just missed out on. Like, literally the same people. And 2 years of VIP gold rolls? Dude, I haven't bought XP potions in so long. Yeah, unfortunately, all of that's lost to time. You could probably find it using the Wayback Machine, but it would be really hard to sort the old forums using the Wayback Machine. Because it doesn't index the same way.
Calibration issue, perhaps.
But yeah.
Take Isabel outside.
Long story short, there's a reason that they have never ever done that ever again.
For the next act to begin.
I don't know how much money they made. Well, we know how much money they made. They sold 10,000 at $300 a pop. So that's a cool
An ambush! Damn us for fools! Shouts Casper.
$3 million? Is that right? 10,000 times 300?
As giggling shapes descend from
Add 2
above.
zeros. 10,000. Yeah. 3 million?
You've dispatched Vaughn's
No,
first
300,000.
group of assassins, but they're
3 million?
surely not the
Why is
last.
this hard? This isn't hard.
Vaughn
Yeah,
doesn't
3 million.
go in for half measures.
Yeah, $3 million.
Casper wheezes out his words.
Now, the downside of like raking in this cash,
Reminds me of my days in
6
the
zeros, yeah.
last war.
The downside of raking in all this cash in such a short notice means
Come here, we gotta talk about Isabel.
that
She's
they
still
ended up,
alive.
oh, then I'm getting a number wrong. I'm getting a number wrong. I think it was only 1,000. I don't think it was 10,000. Because 3 million sounds wrong. Yeah. I think it was, they sold 1,000 of them, not 10,000. That would make way more sense. I think it was 1,000.
First will help even the plane.
The answer's probably on the wiki. I think it was 1,000. So it would be $300,000. But basically, they ended up making the $300,000 in like 10 days. The obvious downside is that then you're not making that money from those people in the interim. So like, yes, they did get $300 out of all those people, like myself, but then I didn't spend any money for the next 2 years. So it's like a cash influx. It's basically like raising money, effectively, where you raise money now, but you have to deliver. So I assume that's why they didn't do it. I'm just gonna double check. DDO season pass. I think it should be on the on here. $299. It was 1,000. Limited quantity to 1,000. Yeah, I was wrong. I added a 0. faulty memory and all that.
Is Knoll escort.
Those nobodies mean
Oh, and you got an autos box. I forgot. You got an autos box, the cosmetic set of armor, daily dice rolls, full VIP perks, and any VIP unlocks, such as adventure packs, classes, and races, released during the active time frame were permanently there. They only had, I think, 2 quest packs in the 2 years.
After his retreating comrade.
So a lot of people were like, free unlocks, huh? And so there was like no free unlocks. Because it was like Sharn, Feywild. I think it was like Sharn Docks was in that list. Yeah. It was a good deal. I'm not up, like, I'm very happy about my purchase. It was a really good deal.
Stupid who die first, dimwit.
Replies the goblin.
Let my flying pets soften them up.
I also wouldn't be surprised if that was something that was like specifically put together by Daybreak. Like the publisher was like, hey, we want to raise an evaluation or something. Because when did a Daybreak get acquired by EG7? That's a great question.
Shouts Casper.
That's probably related. Let's see. When did EG7 acquire Daybreak? December 1st, 2020. Okay, so no, that would have been way too early. I don't know the answer then. There must have been a reason why they wanted $300,000 cash. Because they got it. So. Which also, you might think like, wow, $300,000. That's a lot. How much money? Not that much money. It's not much money for an individual. It's a lot of money for like a company that has, you know, 25 employees or whatever. $300,000 goes by so fast. I wonder if it's just an experimental thing. Also, I will say that. Oh, everything is so sticky. Just stuck to my chair. Oh, now my clothes are all stuck to me. Ugh, I'll shake it out. And the floor is sticky because my feet are sweating. Good times.
3 sky skiffs descend and a supporting patrol.
Yeah, I don't know the totality of how much money they made from that.
An iron defender prowls the story. Once you get rid of it, this may prove to be a good place to catch your breath.
Should we start early 2020? Back then it was a bump, but now it's some change. Oh yeah, but it's one of those things where like I had the money at the time, so when that pack had come out, like I was working in sales at the time, and I was doing a lot of overtime, and I was also like over budget most of the time in terms of like my sales goals. So I was making a ton of money. Like between like 2016 and 2020, I made a ton of money in sales. However, I hated almost every element of my life and how it was functioning, so I didn't really want to continue doing it. 36 degrees is so hot. It would be less hot if it wasn't 100% humidity today. It's really the humidity that gets you.
Casper tells you.
Your source leads might suddenly stop working out here.
With everything sticking.
The mercenary Gish stands here. His jaws
like my girlfriend, she's going to get a haircut today. So she finally got, or she like booked an appointment like 2 months ago. And she's been very, very excited because her hair is too long. But she's like, yeah, I'm not going to get anything styled though, because it's just too hot. So we're gonna hide. You think the lever had guns, or is Inquisitor the closest we've got? I mean, I would argue that rune arms are closer to guns than Inquisitive. That being said, I wouldn't rule it out. I think it's possible that we could get guns. They could probably make guns in a functional capacity to how we have rune arms, in sort of like a secondary thing, sort of like how have you ever played Pathfinder? But in Pathfinder, there's the class called the Gunslinger, and basically the way that gunslingers function is they have guns, but they break easily. So if you are playing as a gunslinger, when you use certain abilities, you can only use your gun so many times before it breaks, because the way that guns work is you put explosions inside of them, and you use those explosions to shoot metal pieces at people really far away from you. So, as a result, you do a lot of damage to your gun. That's basically how they function, where you have like a secondary weapon that you then use, and it like breaks, then you have to repair it. So you can't just use your gun as like a primary weapon. Your gun is basically like a spellcaster of sorts, where you load specific ammunition into your gun, and then when you use it, it does whatever the special effect is, whether it's damage or what have you. And you still have regular weapons. So you'd have like gun in one hand, weapon in the other hand, and you have your gun for your special powers. And then it breaks, and you have to repair it and fix it and do whatever. Again, basically turning it into spells. But gun spells of sorts. Not like actual spells, but sort of like, oh, you load the high explosive round, and then when you fire it, your gun breaks, so you can't do it again during combat, and you have to repair it outside of combat. But you then shoot out a big explosive shell or something, right? Which I think is a cool way of doing it. I actually think that before reading about it, and I was like, I don't really want guns, and how would you make guns fair in like D&D or whatever? And honestly, guns are pretty fair in Pathfinder. Sometimes. There are some builds that I've read that do some really wacky stuff. Gonna take 18 and do Sharn 2, then all of Cogs. Also, what's up, Lumslinger? How you doing? How are you? How's it hanging? What's up? Pirate build would work well. So yeah, I don't think we'll never get guns, but I think that there's enough ways that I would have been anti like gun in DDO for in the past, but seeing how some other games have handled guns, like actually in tabletop in interactions, I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's not that bad. I think guns could be kind of cool. So I'm back on it, I would say. He loves the divine. That's +2 to hit and damage. Kind of cool, but I need the monk stance feats. So I need to get Adept of Forms. Adept of Forms. Because I need the next one. I need Adept of Forms and I need Master of Forms. I have so many feats that I need. I always love the way that line is delivered. Talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite Planes. Just like this sing-songy way that she says that, and I find it really funny. Imbued Ice is good. Shidokai Iconic made a GIMP build, 14 or 16 rogue, 6-4 arty. Turned out it was really, really good. Oh, yeah. Well, you can't go wrong with Shidokai, dude. Your Fistry is good all around. I actually don't agree with that. I think Sacred Fistry is really bad. I think it's expensive. I think most of the abilities are worse than abilities in other trees. And I think it's
Von Darkano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store. For your own safety, leave immediately.
Actually, wait. I think the only real problem Sacred Fist has is that the Sacred Fist tree feels bad. Oh, we do. Oh, I thought they fixed this. Dude, I thought they fixed this. Did this not get fixed? Oh no, we're getting fractaled. Okay, well, I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to cause damage to anybody. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to. Here. Okay, this is what you have to look at for a little bit. The artifacting never got fixed? Okay. I can't show the artifacting because I don't want to take a risk of somebody getting like critically injured and then I get sued because of this visual on my live stream. So I'm just protecting all those of you who have any type of eye or like epilepsy or what have you. I'm not going to show it until we're done the quest. So I apologize. I know it's very boring to see Monkman up there. I really should have like a more filled out intermission screen. Yeah, it's the spare your eyes monk. Yeah, he says, no, stop looking. Halt. So, we'll be back soon. So we animated one of those old League of Legends loading screens. Oh yeah, they kind of like do a little bit of waviness to it. I don't know how to do that. That's a good idea. for those that don't know where this picture comes from, a little bit of history. So when the DDO store, the original DDO store, not the current one, but the old one was down, it would show you this guy. He would be on there. So that's actually the picture of him. Not the background. The background is the opening of Dreams of Insanity. And so, but I cut him out from the actual picture that he was on top of, and put him there. I think we're done. We must have them all. Oh, 4. We're good. But yeah, so when you would load up the store and the store wasn't working, you would do this. And so I don't remember exactly how we did it, but after we got to the new store, I managed to bug it out to show the old store, which wasn't working. So then it brought up this picture, and then I took it. And listen, it's a really cool drawing of a monk. This is also hand-drawn, which is cool. This is not a model. You'll notice he is, in fact, wearing like one of the armor pieces in-game, but it is a hand-drawn version of the monk, which is really sick. And I wish there was more of this like hand-drawn art in-game. I think it'd be cool if SSG, at least at some point, either this year or next, did like went through their expansions and maybe did like a featured art piece and went through some of like the concept art. Hand-drawn, yeah. And drawn. But yeah, I'd love to see some of the concept art for some of the past expansions, because we haven't had like an art showcase in a little while. And I love seeing how something goes from like an idea into a real creation. I've only gotten the artifacting once. I get the artifacting like every other time I do this quest. I thought it was fixed. We're almost done. I just realized you guys can't see the screen, so you're just hearing me talk about stuff, and it's just like the worst. It's like the worst live stream ever. You're just like, yeah, man, monk. Real cool story, dude. Content? Give content? Almost there. We're almost done. In fact, you can probably guess where we are based on the sounds. Opposite of a mute streamer, yeah. Yeah, we're just playing a game. Now you're trying to identify where we are in the quest based on the sounds that you can hear. That's all it is. It's like, it's just playing a game where you're depriving yourself of one sense to work on another. This is your ability to practice your blind runs of DDO. How many quests do you think you could beat blind? Post a comment down below, which with all the quests you think you could do blindfolded. Fun fact, I did try to do the Crucible swim with my eyes closed, because I'm like, I could do the Crucible swim with my eyes closed. No, I can't. Because what happens is you just get stuck in a corner and you never get out. Because of the current, it pushes you in. So if you make one wrong slip with your eyes closed, you're in a corner all of a sudden, and now you can't leave. The artifact ruins the clip. Well, fortunately, all the items in this quest are Giga Power Craft. Like I can pull like Jack Jibber's blade out of this chest or something. Quest is over. Pulled nothing. I pulled an empty chest.
And the lone remaining Vaunt security officer springs to the attack. With the
oh my god, dude! There's so much artifacting. I can't get rid of it.
The notebook you've been looking for.
Like if I let go of the mouse, there's just artifacting everywhere. Okay, it's good. We're safe. Woo! Terrifying. To change the flame recall and pre-perform blinded. Not sure if you can still do that. You can still do that. Yeah, but when I say so blind in game, I can play the game blind. So like if my character is blinded, that's actually not that bad because you can navigate based on the minimap and you can still see stuff. But eyes closed means you're not even your own sense of spatial awareness is gone, and it's really, really hard to play a lot of video games blindfolded, especially considering in the video game it's almost exclusively like visual cues is how you like navigate around the world, visibly being able to see stuff. So games don't design non-visible ways of telling you you're interacting with something. The closest you get is like, you know, you're playing a Zelda game, like one of the 2D Zeldas, and when you push up against a wall, there's like a thump, thump, thump sound that tells you you're pushing up against a wall. That's like some of the best directional indications that you get. Or like, you know, you're playing Dark Souls and you would swing forward and you hit a wall, so you hear this like playing sound as your weapon bounces off of a hard surface.
A draft rises from somewhere below. You have a sense that you're
Blind in the pit? I can do the pit blind, no problem.
More so than usual. Your recent encounters with an odd gnome inquisitive and undead spirits notwithstanding.
Wait a minute, is that an idea for a past life? I have to go get
must be the place where
the curse from Irath the Blinded?
Perhaps the bartender has seen him.
And then do the entire past life with the curse? And never remove it? I think it goes away when you if you log off for too long. Does it stick if you recall out of quests? It would go away if you die for sure, which would be annoying.
You come across a crumbling
I don't know how you can permanently blind
amidst
yourself.
what appear to be ancient ruins. It still gleams with the magic of a
Like, there's probably a way to do it, but I'm kind of strapped for ideas. Hey, 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 get back here. Slow down. I'm trying to kill you. Dodges? What is my dodge chance anyway? 27.
Well for them.
Yeah, that's an interesting test. Do the entire game blind. I don't know if there's a way to force blind onto people. Yeah, old blindness is permanent. But this is what I've said. I think it would be fun if DDO had more money to do like special weekend events. So a great example would be... Do we have a rogue? No. All right. A great example would be... if we had... Go down. Go. I mentioned this before, but do like a hardcore that's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it opens up on Friday, ends on Sunday. If you get to like level 10, you get like a reward, like an XP potion or something that's claimable on your main account. And then just do dumb stuff. So it's hardcore, but re-promote's the only available difficulty. Hardcore, but you're blind. So you have to play, you know, the whole event is blind. And you're trying to get as high level as you can. But it's only like for the weekend. It's only a couple days. Your character is deleted afterwards, so it just depreciates. There's nothing saved on it. But it'd be like, hey, here's a weekend event. You know, one life, go crazy. Hardcore, but every monster's a reaper. Hardcore, but your health is draining when you enter a quest. You're constantly taking damage.
You could help. Ash, the half-orc, shouts down the hall.
Huh? One of these lights just came on. Nice job, pal.
Do a full mummy rot playthrough? That's horrible. Also, what's up, Mildayan? How you doing? There's clouds coming in. I think it might be raining again today. At the very least, you know what? There's been a crazy heat wave been going on, but even though it's been a bit of a heat wave, at the very least, there's been a lot of rain too. So the plants be growing, man. You don't need to set a helmet called Bucket of Bravery that has no eye slots so you can run the game blind. Oh god, you know what?
If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
That's a good idea. Dude, that's so smart. I'm gonna write that down. Here, you guys do the quest. I'm writing stuff down. Where's my...
We had a deal, Talion. Thora calls out when she sees the gnome inquisitive among the attackers. Nobody quits the Dark Lantern, Thora. You're a loose end, Talion responds. And you're done playing house. of them, at least for today. We need to keep moving, Thora says. If you want to talk to Evan, you need to do it now.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just wanted to record what you said. That's so smart. A weekend of the floor is lava. Play quests like Kobolds and Ringleader, but you need to jump on breakables and not to burn. Like, see, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how fun it would be if there were just stupid, very short-term events? That'd be so fun. And then it'd be like, yeah, just you're bored and you got nothing to do on Saturday, and you get your friends. Hey guys, do you want to play Floor is Lava hardcore this weekend? Yeah, let's go play Floor is Lava hardcore.
You arrive at the world-renowned Corona, a temple dedicated to the god of wealth, located in the pulsing heart of Sharn.
Give me Wild Surge hardcore, where every 20 seconds you get affected by a wild surge, but they just remove the lightning bolt that instantly kills you.
An imposing man dressed in a noble
And it affects everybody. It's just a global thing. So you're just standing in town, you're watching people turn to stone or dance at random.
At the end of the northern courtyard. It will deliver you to your destination.
One of Sharn's
Fun stuff like that.
men has turned against Lucian Bond and selected you to deliver the killing blow against his new mate.
Oxygen bar of zeros, so they instantly start drowning when submerged. That's kind of a funny idea.
To your surprise, Von Sedura Warehouse is a drab and unremarkable structure. The entrance is unguarded, so you slip inside. After a moment of stunned silence,
Yeah. What about fish mode? Fish mode is hardcore, except your character starts with a breath bar at the beginning of every quest, and you need to get into water to restore your breath bar. So a lot of quests you're just taking damage the entire time, but if the quest has water, you jump in and out of the water to save yourself. Give yourself some to get your breath back because you're a fish now. You need gills. You get easy mode? Yeah, the big monkey is super overpowered. Big monkey plus all of the companions and what have you. It's crazy. Doing kill you so people can do gather quests in peace. True, that would be good.
a large group of guards is found
Just like send them back to space, you know, like instantly login screen. I don't know. I think there's a lot of like really good ideas you can come up with something like that.
pushing open the doors unleashes a wave of hot air. The heat reminds you more of your time down in the cog than of the middle city.
Where are we going? This way?
Suddenly gives way beneath your feet. As you open the first valve, the
I gotta drink
pipes
some
in the
more
room
water.
begin to rupture, and steam hisses from the pipes. The rumbling clank of machinery grows louder as you move further down the passage. Another pipe breaks, and the machinery itself begins to shudder. Pulling the final lever causes the temperature in the room to flare up as system breaks down. You have reached the center of the manufacturing. Sabotaging the equipment in here should disable the whole facility. The machinery loudly grinds and squeaks. Acrid smoke pours from the sabotaged equipment.
Oh, good. Sorry. I'm like reading things. I hate reading things because I get distracted reading stuff and then I don't do what I'm supposed to be doing. Is this done? You're free now. Live. Oh yeah, I got this. If you don't know how to get out of this, by the way, you don't have to jump out. What you can do is you can just go up here, if you didn't know. You just climb up this, and you climb up this, and then you can get past all of the dangerous traps.
Soon, the entire tower starts to quake.
Nice and easy. So, that was just regular sorcerer? Dude, regular fire sork? Fire sork is so fun, dude. It's just all fire spells, all explosions. Feels very satisfying. Especially since they updated Scorching Ray, so Scorching Ray is now a real spell. Like, Scorching Ray is like a big spell.
The massive construct emits strange metallic with several smaller constructs hurling into the the construct finally grinds to a halt.
I'm lunched and feeling better. That's good. Lunch is great. I do love me some lunch. Lunch. Do you think hand wraps full Dragon Disciple works? Yeah, of course. It's like the default Dragon Disciple. It works really well. It's not the first one that I played. The first one I played was a Warhammer version because I think Warhammers are cool, but hand wraps also work really well.
Barely escape the tower before explosions wreck the ground beneath your feet, reducing the area to ruin.
Yeah, because you just keep hitting things with fire. Basically, as long as you don't fight a golem, Fire Sork feels sick. It feels awesome. You're just like blasting people and exploding everything. The main problem is then you play a quest like Reach for the Sky, which I'm doing right here. And in Reach for the Sky, there's two sets of golems. I call them double golems because I used to play League of Legends, but there's two sets of golems, and they're immune to fire, and they have 10,000 health each.
That's never stopped you before.
All you want to do is punch your monitor really hard.
From under Vaunt's nose. And if you
I'm going to switch to Acid Sork. I would not switch to Acid Sork because there's only 3 acid spells in the game. But I encourage you to do what you find the most fun. Unbuffed by Meta Magic. This is my Reaper Killer. Dude, it's so good on Arcane Trickster. I love it. Fire Sork doesn't have the dash. I mean, Fire Sork does not have the dash that Air Sork does, which is true, but instead you get Fireball and Delayed Blast Fireball. And listen, Ball Lightning is cool. Chain Lightning is cool. Cone of Cold is cool. Autoluke's Freezing Sphere is cool because they're cold. But neither of them are Delayed Blast Fireball. And they don't get Meteor Swarm either. Like, worth it for Phantasmal Killer versus the other ones? It's mostly worth it for the fact that the Great Old One allows you to hit will saving throws as the saving throw that monsters have to make, which means it's very difficult for them to resist at all, which is cool. So that's usually the reason why people will use Great Old One, is for that. And also, Acid is the least resisted element in the entire game. That's how true Sonic is. That's how true Light is. But behind Light and Sonic, Acid is, of the primary elements, the least resisted, which means you basically don't have to worry about anything actually blocking your damage. So Acid is very, very good in that regard. As far as Phantasmal Killer goes, I mean, it's a fun spell. It's very cool. But yeah. Also, a new vehicle. Did you buy a new car? A brand new car! We don't have a new car. We have a, what do you call it? A Honda Civic Hybrid.
It's a fine evening here in Sharn.
Really nice car.
Says Lucien Vaunt,
very happy with it.
His voice brimming with
Acid Well seems really cool. Acid Well is cool. Acid Well is very cool. The main problem is you get Acid Well and then nothing else.
Vaunt will be talking on stage for a while. Now's your chance to steal back the Stormreach beacon. Another announcement.
You get acid well, and then you have acid rain, and you have acid blast.
It is my pleasure to announce a revised
Acid blast is
and
level 3 spell,
perfected
which is
version
sad.
of my device. Introducing the new Arcane Apprentice.
2026 Dodge Caravan to go camping. Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Well, it sounds fun in like the sense of I think that most people would consider that fun. I never want to go camping, so I wouldn't find it fun.
That a brute with absolutely no arcane training can use.
All right, double golems, let's go. Camping is gaming with the windows open. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. But like, hey man, with the door. Oh, we got the door.
Not how you get the best value for
Uh-oh.
your money.
Uh-oh.
But you'll notice it still casts
Deidre's gonna
a spell,
despawn.
even
Gotta
when
go.
misused in such a wasteful manner.
Woo. If you did not know, if you cast a D-door, it lasts for 1 minute. But if you cast a D-door and then you get out of range of it, the D-door stays for 10 seconds and then it despawns.
Lucian Vaughn
So you're very
crumbles
limited
with
in
a
that
cry
one.
of anguish on
Fun
his
fact
lips.
that you may also not know,
He died
if
as he lived.
Mikhail the Pious casts a D-door, who is the hireling, the fighter hireling, it lasts forever. Isn't that neat? Dragon Marks, baby. Yeah, didn't know that. There you go. Listen, I'm gonna teach you guys tons of useless things you don't ever need to know and you'll never use. Hunter campers, you do it every year. Oh yeah, absolutely. The only camping I do is in like shooters. Although, admittedly, that's one of my worst qualities when I play shooters is that I don't camp ever. I'm so aggressive. I can't be like I can't be one of those people that just sits in a corner next to a door and waits and camps the door. I can't do it. I can't camp the door, dude. I gotta charge head first. I have to. I have to go. Yeah, I'm not a camper.
You've recovered the stolen window. Now, return the artifact to storage, where it will once again guard the city as it protected for thousands of years.
Whee! Nice job, team. Time for the cogs. It's cogs time. Or firelings. Yeah, that's the solution I want. Smash and burn. I actually like smash and burn quite a bit. I think smash is pretty fun. Not everybody does, but I like it. Sharn. Smash and burn. It has some annoying elements though, so I can understand why a lot of people don't like it. If you can pick the door, you can get the keys pretty easy.
In the distance, you hear the grinding of massive gears and heavy machinery. A man in a scarlet cloak beckons you near.
I misspelled this.
This door's hinges are coated in rust. Prying it open could create enough noise to alert anyone guarding this place. Maybe there is a way to get inside without alarming the portal markers. The vault door tumbles open. Surely danger and a generous bounty await you inside.
Alright, sorry. There's like somebody yelling outside. And I also had to respond to a message. Usually I don't type as much during stream, but like sometimes things happen and I need to quickly jump on the case and type a message out. And it happens. Fortunately, I can type without having to look at my fingers, which is a really weird. I don't know when I learned that skill. I think it's just from using a computer for too long. Can you make a dying Warforged sound? Yeah. I'm dead. Does that help?
The door is sealed shut with a heavy silver padlock. The key may be hidden somewhere among the shipments, or perhaps you can find another way to proceed. You find the silver key. This may come in handy. You jangle the iron padlock, but the door remains tightly sealed. There's no way around it this time. You'll need a key.
Oops.
The door is securely locked from inside. In any case, flames rising behind
We didn't pick up the key.
make it impossible for you.
Maybe somebody else got the key?
You pocket the iron key you found.
Oh, somebody has the key.
There's sure to be a use for it.
The door is
As you
open.
enter
Nice.
the room, you hear someone barking orders from above. Intruders! Protect the special cargo, you idiots! We'll make them pay for messing with the Boromar.
Also, I love the voice acting in this one. It's really dumb and campy, but I love the "we'll make them pay for messing with the Boromar clan" guy says out loud, directing it so you know that's who you're dealing with. Because in case you didn't read the text or dialogue, you understand everything. As a dungeon master who does that very regularly, where you know, usually in the D&D games that I've run, you run the game once every like 2 weeks or something like that, so you're not always running the game and people forget things. And so you have to sometimes be like, hey, I am Guy from organization whose name you should know.
The air grows warm around
And they're like,
you as you enter this
oh.
room. Forge rates drift over the old machinery, their wrath growing louder as you approach.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, then a recap. Yeah. I write the recaps in Discord. So after each session, I like write up a detailed session recap about what happened, what all the players did, and what's, you know, basically what the current plans are for what they've said their current plans are and what they want to do. And then at the beginning of each session, because I'm a demon, I have every single person roll a d20, and whoever gets the lowest has to do the recap. They're not allowed to look at, they're allowed to look at their own notes, but they can't look in the Discord for the recap. They have to do it themselves. And it actually worked really well because people then started taking better notes, so that way they wouldn't get caught with their pants down during the recap. But also, what was fun is some of the players were like taking notes in character. So one of the players was playing like a barbarian type character, and so she was only like recording things that was relevant to her or she thought was important. Or she'd be like, we met this guy, he was dumb, he looked stupid, I didn't like him. And like that's what she says during the recap, which is really funny, and it like made, I don't know, it was a really fun part of the game. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, gives extra inspiration or equivalent for the system we are playing for doing recap. Inspiration's a cool idea. I struggle with inspiration sometimes because on the one hand, it's cool to be like, hey, you thought of an outside the box solution to a puzzle. And now, because you thought of this outside of the box solution to the puzzle, you can have this extra reward, which is kind of cool. But on the other hand, I prefer the more, what's the right word for that? Like, I like to do something that's more contextual. So the reward for coming up with an outside of the box solution, or for doing the recap or whatever, the recap is rewarding in and of itself. You know, remember all the details, and the outside the box solution that gets to a problem means you have a different solution. So you end up with a different level to the story. Like if somebody finds a way to solve another issue, like let's say you know, you manage to solve a problem between two disputes. You enter a town and there's some type of trade dispute, and then you know, you and the party enter and you find a way to solve the problem that is not the problem that the solution that I came up with. Then you end up getting a different story, and that's kind of the reward for everybody. Or maybe it comes out to some other type of effect, as opposed to just, oh wow, that was clever, here's an inspiration. Because it's like what's the best way to describe it? I think in a video game, the idea of an inspiration point is good because it just means, like, here is a general currency you can spend to get some type of general reward for doing something that was in character or fit well or whatever.
You enter a small fighting arena. It seems to be closed.
It's me, Strim Tom Yo.
A small knot of peoples, another group of lumbering brutes attacks the fighting pit.
So I think that is an appropriate place. A great example of which, of course, is Baldur's Gate 3. If you do something that's in character with one of your backgrounds, so like if you pick like the scholar background and you pick like a scholarly answer to a question or something, then you might earn an inspiration point because it's fitting with your background. And then you have a currency, inspiration points, which you can spend to reroll your dice. Alternatively, a DDO example where are kind of like threads of fate. Threads of fate are when you complete a raid, no matter what raid you do, as long as you beat it and it's an endgame raid, you get this currency, which you can spend on anything you want. And, well, not anything you want, but like a large list of different very useful tools for the endgame. And that's very rewarding because it just gives you a bonus, and as a video game player, you want that kind of like crunchiness element to it. But as a, in tabletop, because the world that you're playing in, depending on like how the game goes, is not just like a monster hunt. It's like you're playing in a world that's alive with characters and people and things, and you and your party members have impact on what's going on, and can also influence the story, dungeon master depending. So you can have like slightly more interesting storytelling going on, and that in itself can be the reward, as opposed to just like a numerical thing. So it's weird. I don't know how to kind of parse that information. I don't know. There's probably an answer there. Do any of you guys use inspiration at your tables when you play Dungeons and Dragons? Or have had a positive or negative experience with it? Because I'm curious to see what other people think about it. I have my opinions. As I've learned from talking, I'm wrong about a lot of things. That's the best part of the internet. They're very quick to tell you that when you're wrong.
The room opens out to reveal what appears to be a makeshift temple. Littered with
Reroll failed roll, or just ends up as a second failed attempt. Kind of funny. Vote for a player who gets an inspiration point at the end of each session. Oh, that's kind of a cool way to do it. It's also a good way to promote like thinking outside the box and also people working together. Hey, what's the spell that's making their heads shoot off like fireworks? There's a spell that's making people's heads shoot off like fireworks? I don't see it. Is that a thing? Is that happening on screen? Am I blind? Who played is the third son of a noble who was eager to bar fighting and very prone to vanishing them in some dungeon or false crimes. Oh, interesting. Why did Float ask me to stand up? Because I think I want to sit down now, because the floor is getting hot. I don't want to stand on it anymore. 41 minutes ago? Beautiful. Love that. It's like the best thing I've ever read in my entire life.
A familiar sound reverberates throughout the sewer. The wet shredder of smoke.
Whoa. Sitting. Oh.
Members of the Dark Gang
Hot
rummage
beats.
through the refuse. One of the goblins runs off.
Original version Eberron action points. Yeah, Eberron action points are kind of weird. It's really interesting that action points and action boosts in were like a central part of the Eberron 3.5, and in DDO they function very, very differently from how action boosts were meant to function. Kind of neat. And there was an entire prestige class all based around action points. I think it's like the Extreme Explorer or something like that.
No sign of the scavenged arcane assistant. Follow the goblin that ran off.
Last time was very generous, giving them out towards multiple inspirations a session as rewards for clever moments or good RP. Interesting. I mean, maybe I'm the one who's thinking about inspiration in the wrong way.
Falls into the depths of the trash system.
'Cause it sounds like you guys are having good experiences with inspiration.
Dark thief flees into the main trash disposal room. There's a blood-curdling shriek from beyond the door, followed by a deep rumbling.
I didn't know you could grab that.
This massive chamber is filled with refuse from the upper. In the middle, Yota topples to the trash-littered floor. The door to the
I do
west
appreciate that the sewer systems under Sharn use the same architecture as the giant sewer systems under Stormreach, even though they're very different, just because of the nature of the sewers. Just the sewer map. It's kind of funny.
You've returned the missing arcane assistant to the
The magma must flow. Sweat. Distribution of inspiration, which can feel bad. Yeah, I can see that.
We heard shouts from outside. Everyone in the workshop rushed out, desperate to escape.
The inspiration in
Once
the
we got outside, it was impossible
it was garbage.
to recognize
Yeah.
anything. There was fire and
It's not a bad
wreckage
idea to get to
everywhere.
incentivize characters to like players to be in character. Because that's also one of the things that's very hard when you play D&D. You might play a character that is like not that smart or relatively dumb, but you as a player might be very smart and not dumb, and so you can make a lot better decisions than your character would, and you have to actively fight against that when you play. Which is admittedly a very difficult thing to do. It is not an easy task, and I understand why a lot of people struggle with it, is to think in character. To be like, well, I would do this, but what would my character do? Which is a completely different thing. Yeah, metagame is very hard to avoid.
Brilton stands before you, entombed in a sheet of ice. No doubt the creatures you've encountered are the culprits. But how did those wintry monstrosities end up down here, among the blistering magma falls? The young apprentice, muttering her last breaths. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, typos. I'm so bad at typing.
Failed. This master of hers must be responsible for this supernaturally
You can describe what
frozen
Kobold
cave.
is and your character not
The
knowing.
gnome wizard
Yeah.
stands before a humming, whirring, arcano-mechanical device.
That's the other thing too, is when people are like to divorce the fact that if you know, hey, here is a creature that you know about because maybe you've read the monster manual or you've fought against it in a previous campaign, but your character wouldn't. Like, you might know, the player, what an aboleth is, but even a very knowledgeable person in a D&D world wouldn't know what an aboleth is.
Well then, it seems that I, Jabberzook Knuckle, must deal with you myself. Have at thee. You haven't seen the last of me.
Cackles the gnome as he teleports away. The wizard may have turned tail and run, but the whirring device continues to freeze.
Security detail. I'm doing a lot of typing, I apologize. I have to respond to a couple things.
The flow of frosty air. You can feel warmth seeping back into the cave, a sign that gameplay turning to normal.
Whisper Doom dangerous? Whisper Doom can be dangerous. Very dangerous spider. I like the idea of like recurring monsters. Whisper Doom does die, unfortunately. Does come back in a good way, but does die. I kind of wish there was like always a bigger spider. If only like Whisper Doom was part of another brood. Think of it kind of like in Lord of the Rings, how there's Shelob, who's like that scary spider who like attacks Sam and Frodo in the mountains. And then but Shelob is of course the daughter of Ungoliant, spider said to be so ravenous and hungry that it ate itself. There's always a bigger spider. Also, the hatchery. I think a paladin just got level 20. Should I stick with heroic sword of shadows or get a sentient two-hander? So the only item that will replace a heroic sword of shadows is an epic sword of shadows. And outside of an epic sword of shadows, an epic zoom is also a reasonably good replacement as well. But an epic zoom is not as good as a heroic sword of shadows. So if you have a heroic sword of shadows, you stick with sword of shadows. Sword of shadows is so good, you can't replace it with anything other than an epic sword of shadows. You only replace it once you get into legendary content, and then the base damage of the higher level weapons is just too much to overcome. Which sounds like a really silly and stupid thing to say. Is a new zoom better than heroic sword of shadows? Epic zoom? I don't think it's better. Because I guess it's the same crit multi. Is it better? Is epic zoom better?
All the portraits in the room. The more can be seen lurking outside.
I'd have to look at it again and do the math. Another benefit of Sword of Shadows is it's adamantine. Roll call. Let me check it out. Kind of a big deal. Has a bigger spider? It does. Where is Epic Zoom? We're looking this up. Epic Zoom. Epic Zoom is a 18 to 20 times 3, and it's a D8. It's not as good as Sword of Shadow. Sword of Shadow is better. Yeah, and then Epic Sword of Shadow is also plus 10. Yo, welcome back to it, Thane. How you doing? Or better, is it worth getting? Well, that's the thing too. So I don't think Epic Zoom is better than a heroic Sword of Shadow. I think the heroic Sword of Shadows does more damage than Epic Zoom. Yeah, then you have to farm out the zoom. So no, if you have the Sword of Shadow, keep it.
Hard at work in this swing.
It's one of the reasons why getting a heroic Sword of Shadow is fortunately very easy in modern times, because you can get runes out of the epic Vault of Night raid, and Vault of Night is run all the time. There's probably like 3 or 4 on your server that get run every single day. So just have a character above level 20 that's flagged, run Vault of Night once every 3 days, and you'll have your Epic Sword of Shadow on any character you want in a month, not including whether you find one, because there's 2 endgame chests, or somebody transfers it to you. Is this game still startable? It is still startable, Schultz. You can start playing Dungeons & Dragons Online today. This game is still getting regular updates. In fact, there's a new expansion coming this summer called Out of the Abyss, which is based off of a campaign setting, or not campaign setting, a campaign guide. It's a campaign, based off a campaign, in pen and paper. And it looks pretty fun. We're getting some new races, and I don't know if there's any other new features coming, but it looks like it's going to be pretty cool. So yeah, it's definitely a good time to start. If you don't know anything about Dungeons & Dragons Online, you can always do the tried and true method of getting started and just playing around and seeing what you can do. And if you ever get stuck, I myself, Strimtom, I have a series of videos called Beginner Basics for teaching people the basics of getting started with DDO that might help you out if you get stuck. But yeah, DDO is one of the coolest games of all time. It's also free to play, so it's easy to quickly get started. And while not all content in the game is free, so it's free to play, there's like they sell like quest packs and stuff, so like adventure packs, so you have more stuff to do, and several different features are locked behind paying for stuff. They do giveaways, you know, pretty much once a year. They've been doing like give away all the quests sort of deal and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I agree. One of my favorite parts about Dungeons & Dragons Online is the prestiging element, where you get your character to maximum level, and then you reset your character to level 1. Where am I going? I'm lost. I'm not going to the abyss. There's scary monsters there. Who would want to go there? No, it's out of the abyss. It's out of the abyss. We're not getting into the abyss. We're getting out of the abyss. It's like getting out of the bathtub.
Dane tells you that
It's difficult to get out of the bathtub unless you have that little bar installed next on the wall, so you can easily like kind of get a good grip so you can get out. But that's actually one of the major reasons why I'm a huge proponent of making sure that your bathrooms are carpeted. You want to have carpet on the bathroom floor, so that way when you get out of the bathtub, you don't slip on the floor. Carpeted bathrooms. Get a carpeted bathroom, everybody.
Student waves at you from behind the magic barrier.
Good abs, so stack, feel like lack of teeth. Nice. Glad to hear your kiddos hitting the potty 7 to 7. Guess it's other new people just came out. Yeah, Dungeons & Dragons Online is just this unique experience. There's also no other. I've said this before. My personal opinion about Dungeons & Dragons Online is that there is no other game like Dungeons & Dragons Online that you can play on the market for better or for worse. Dungeons & Dragons Online has a lot of really cool stuff. It also has a lot of really dumb stuff. But there's no other game like it for better or for worse. Oh, I'm blanking. I don't remember how many times you have to pull these. Is it 3? It's 3, right? No, it's 5. Yeah, it's 5. And then this is 3. Yeah. And then this is 3. Shift 3? Oh my god, don't hit me with the shift 3. I mean, I know you're right. I was thinking about it. Also, what's up, the non-rev? How are you doing?
The barrier vanishes. Quickly.
Yeah, and shift 1. I do the shift 1 for that one.
So I can get out of here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong lever will summon the.
Been following your guides completely new to the game, and your guides are making it really enjoyable. I'm glad to be of service. I hope they will continue to be helpful to you. I will be producing more of them. I have a rogue assassin guide that I'm going to be putting out, which is for beginners. No, that's wrong. It's something you can start with. It's not quite for beginners because it will be using 2 things that are not free. There's like kids screaming outside. Wraith colors. I heard a bunch of screaming, so I had to look at the window. Yes, damn kids. Literally kids outside. I'm like, what the heck? Heckin' heck. Carpet the tubs too, toilet for good measure. Think about how many times you have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, in the middle of winter, and you go to sit on the toilet and it's nice and cold. Carpet that toilet. Anyway, yeah, the Assassin Rogue is going to be not really for beginners because I think that Assassin Rogue is a little bit more complicated for a beginner player. Not that you can't do it, but it's a little bit more complicated, but also it's going to be a Dampier that uses Vistani Night Fighter. The Con Vanguard Assassin is, I'm going to showcase that in the video, but the actual character I'm going to build is an intelligence-based one that will be a little bit easier. So that will be the actual build guide that comes with it, because it's not stupid, unlike the character that I played. And then second is the, I have 2 end game build guides going to be putting out. One thing is the
Quest received.
Paladin. So I have a Paladin Vanguard video that I'm now ready to put out. So I'll be getting that for you. It's for endgame Vanguard Paladin. And the other one is going to be for endgame Warlock. A review of, does Warlock do enough damage now that they've added way more damage for Warlock? Basically, ever since Myth Draenor, they've added a bunch of ways for Warlocks to gain more damage, to basically increase their damage by about 40%. And to ask the question, is that enough, combined with the fact that the new Dark Bargainer iconic race allows Warlocks to ignore all damage resistances and immunities to their damage? And the answer to that question is, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's better than I thought. Is it super good? I mean, hey, we ain't no crossbow guy, but better than most spellcasters. Is endgame necessary? Can I keep them in the story? Oh, so there's 2 end games, the non-rev. The 2 end games you experience is either you get to the level cap, like most MMOs, and then you grind out the items and you do the raids and you get the cool mounts and, you know, you do all that stuff. Or you can do what I do most of the time, which is once I hit the level cap, I reset my character back to level 1 and I do it again. Because you can reset your character and then can gain stats. Did the Vanguard Assassin not work? It's not that the Vanguard Assassin didn't work, it's that it was only functioning because I have a billion past lives and tomes and crazy items, and if you tried to start with it, it wouldn't be fun at all. And also, it's just not as good as playing an intelligence-based assassin, which just gets the job done better.
You will not deny us our vengeance on the city above. The High Priestess
My backpack is full.
strangely
RIP.
untroubled by her imminent death. My spirit
Next
will only
is
make our master stronger.
Ruinous
He
Schemes.
cannot be evaded. He cannot be bargained with.
Can I still edit this? What the hell?
Vengeance will be his.
Iron cosmetics are free, or are they buy only?
As the Forge Wraith
Depends on the
shocked
cosmetics.
voices
So,
cry out throughout the cavern. The cult is
here's what I
destroyed,
will say.
and
The
city
best
is now
looking
safe from
cosmetics
their
in
schemes.
DDO are items in the game.
Yet this was not the
So,
only
like,
Forge Wraith.
SSG with each expansion does sell a collector's edition and an ultimate fan bundle, which is basically a more expensive version of that expansion that comes with cool cosmetics. And those cosmetics are cool. The problem is that the cosmetics that come from expansions don't look as good as the items in game. Basically, like a lot of older games, if you want to get the coolest looking armor, you have to go do the content to get the cool looking armor. And then you have it. However, to make a cosmetic version of that armor, you do need to buy something called a Mirror of Glamoring, which is in the store. So, for example, I have a cosmetic version of Eidolon of Shadow, this sword. So my sword does not look like this big purple sword. It actually, if I take off this cosmetic, it looks like this, the Sword of Shadow. So it's kind of like this metal sword. I made a cosmetic of this raid item, which is an endgame item, which is a sword made of pure energy. It's like made of shadows, which is kind of cool. So to get those, you buy them in the store, but you earn the points in game by playing. So for every 100 favor you get, which is basically the reputation from completing quests, you earn 25 points towards the store. And so one of those Mirror of Glamorings costs 250 points, which is the equivalent of getting 1,000 favor. So because you can just earn the points by playing the game, you can get the cosmetics in game, but you won't actually get like cosmetic items. Now that being said, there are other ways to get free cosmetics, which is all of the events. So for example, summer is coming up, so you're probably going to be able, I don't know if they're going to do the pirate event, but if they do the pirate event, I can't remember the name of it because I hate it so much. There's cosmetics there. The Halloween event has cosmetics. The Christmas event has cosmetics. They also do special challenging events. So they've done stuff like hardcore, where you have to play the game without dying and complete a bunch of challenges, but then in so doing, you can unlock cosmetics for your account. Crystal Cove, that's it, thank you. Also, yeah, there's cosmetics you can buy from a bunch of different vendors in town. There's the champion hunters. There's a surprising amount of cosmetics you can earn.
This spacious chamber, rigging explosives.
Now that I think about it, yeah, there's a lot of cosmetics you can earn. Angry forum posts and DDoS are real in game? No, the forum post is PvP. People ask like, hey, is there PvP in this game? And yeah, there is. It's on the forums. So if you want to play PvP, just go on the forums and start arguing with other players.
Crumbles at your feet. Now you have a chance to find out more about the strange artifact that they were trying to unearth. You pull the lever.
Half of my earned DDO points have gone to glamoring. Oh, yeah. Fashion's real in game.
As the roar of the blast.
Sword made of shadows, cosmetic for Sword of Shadow? Yeah.
A familiar voice coming from the platform above you.
I know who I am.
Is that Malik the gnome? Malik calls to you from the platform. Thank you for clearing out the DOS for me. It was a great help. Those fools had
So
no
delayed,
idea
yeah.
what they were dealing with.
What about PvP zones and inns and taverns? Well, you can do those. The problem is they just don't really function the way you want them to function. Because here's the problem, Archmagus. There is a spell in this game called Ruin. Actually, sorry, there's a spell called Greater Ruin. What Greater Ruin does is it does 1,000 damage multiplied by somebody's spell power. So if I have 1,000 spell power and I hit you with Greater Ruin, it does 10,000 damage. You can't resist Greater Ruin. It's not a projectile, so you can't dodge it. And I can click on you from anywhere in any tavern and hit you with it, and you die.
The world must remember my name.
And there's only one way to stop it, which is really obscure.
The portal dissipates, and the remaining demons are thrown back into the depths of Kyber. One demon falls, but wait, another streams out of the portal in its place.
Yep. The game was never balanced around having PvP, so tavern brawling back in the day was just like this fun thing you would do when you were bored and just jump in and fight some other players and do whatever. But in the modern day, players are so powerful that there's just no reason to have... You can't really have real PvP. How do you stop Greater Ruin? Spell absorption. That's how you stop it. So you can either get like, there's spell absorption regenerating items, such as like the Jeweled Cloak gives you 25 spell absorb. Scarabs give you 50 spell absorb. There is the ring, or not the ring, there's the trinket from Saltmarsh that gives you 50 spell absorb. There's a couple other spell absorb items you can swap in, but you can swap Greater Ruin with spell absorb. But yeah, so that's why it's just one of those things where you can't really bypass it or do anything about it. So as previously mentioned, it's like it's cool that there is some amount of PvP, but it's not designed for endgame. That being said, if you do want to PvP, I've said this before, I actually think there's a fairly balanced rule set that you could come up with. And I say you could come up with because I think it would have to be a player-done initiative. My personal idea for how you could make a PvP rule set is the following, okay? Characters level 10. No past lives, no tomes, no special things, just characters level 10 with no tomes whatsoever, no past lives, so you can't use your you know, whether it's like +8 tomes or anything else like that, or the like racial enhancement tomes or anything. Level 8 or level 10 characters, no past lives. You can only equip items that are randomly generated, so you can't equip, like, you can't equip gear, you can't equip named items. It has to only be randomly generated gear that you can find and put on your character. And you ban Warlock. And I think if you do all of that, you could have a balanced PvP. So you could then have people sort into teams. And you might be like, why all these restrictions? Number one, being level 10 means nobody has access to their tier 5s, and the tier 5s are some of the most broken stuff in the game that usually allows people to go way over the top in damage, so that's really impactful. Especially stuff like, a lot of classes nowadays have like a dodge or a dash move, which gets you out of range of people, and so that would be really devastating to the flow of PvP, so getting rid of that's really important. Number two, Level 10 also means that melees, ranged, and spellcasters are kind of all around semi-even footing. The most powerful spellcaster abilities are not available yet, so they still have to like target you and hit you with stuff. Cloud skills, area denial skills gain a lot of value, so you change up how you play your spellcasting. The damage on spells can be quite high due to proper scaling. However, you can counteract that as a player. If you know that you're going to be going up against a fire sorcerer, you could have you could find randomly generated items that give you absorption and or flat resistances and help you out a ton. And so there's a whole bunch of that. Mana is a real concern for spellcasters as well, because they will eventually run out of mana. And if you actually do the coordinated PvP, so you can't do it here, but there's like the guys that send you into the arenas, stuff like capture the flag, you actually need to ward zones. So you have to work on choke points, actually maneuvering flags, catching people, which means even if you have casters, they will eventually run out of mana. And so they can't stay along forever, so you can't have too many casters either. So you need to have melees, you need to have ranged characters. Ranged characters don't hit that hard. Your throwers don't have a lot of the base abilities. Crossbow characters might be a little overpowered because Endless Fusillade is, for reasons I don't know, available at level 4. So that's a bit of a problem. But then the other issue, you might be like, okay, but why no Warlock? The reason no Warlock is because Warlock bypasses basically all immunities with its magic. And so there's no way to protect against Warlock, which really, really sucks. And even so, you think Wizard, right? You're like, oh, I'll just use Wizard. Well, here's the thing, or like Arcane Trickster, shield spell, which is excellent for being able to block different types of things. So there's a lot of good stuff there. Arcane Trickster might also be a little bit too overpowered because they can remove the shield spell, but yes. Anyway, that is my personal rule system. At least that's where I would start, is like those rules. And the way that I would do it if I was SSG and I wanted to support this is do what they did in Path of Exile. Let you make a PvP character if you want. So you can have a PvP character that is level 10, that is not allowed to enter any quests, that cannot eat any tomes, that is level 10 with all their enhancements, and they can only wear randomly generated gear. And then that way you don't have to build characters. You can just make a PvP character and then put the gear on it and then go do a PvP. The problem is SSG will never support something like that, not because they don't want to or they're not interested, but because, well, actually, yes, because they don't want to and they're not interested. There's not enough buy-in from players themselves. People don't PvP in DDO, and so there's no real community for it. So if people who want PvP can create a PvP community, can come up with like a system of rules and find a way to make PvP fun for them and their friends, and then encourage other people to do it and kind of build up that sort of PvP community, then that can work well. But the players need to do that first. Damn it, I keep failing. And because nobody plays PvP right now, there's no reason for DDO to invest in it. But that's how I would do PvP if I was running it. That being said, I don't want to play PvP, so I'm not gonna. Where am I? Who am I? Gianthold Saga. All right, so I was wrong. I'm off by 40,000 XP again. I thought I got everything. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't put on a Voice of the Master. Is there one in my inventory? No. All right, well, say an Asylum time. Sane Asylum time. He is rolling for loot. I will use 4 lives from now. Oh, dude. That is fucking... That's so funny. Yo, I got this raid item, putting it up for roll. And take. PV, so this is a raid etiquette. If you're low level and you don't do raids that often, or you're somebody who does just some raid, or you're not interested and you want to get into it, but you don't know how to start. Raid etiquette. If somebody puts an item up for roll and you aren't going to use it on your character, then either don't roll on it or preface your roll by saying, I'm not going to use this right now, but I might later, because raid items are really fucking hard to come by. So just because the drop rates suck for raid items, so if a raid item drops and somebody needs it and you just think it's cool, or maybe you'll use it and you're going to put it in your bank to collect dust and you roll on it, but it's like literally one of the items in their gear set, devastating. Bad raid etiquette if you just roll on stuff. Also, people will remember you if you just roll on everything. It is okay to want raid gear, and if people put stuff up for roll, you can easily make the argument of, well, they put it up for roll, so why can't I roll on it? And that's totally fair. As long as you are also okay with the social stigma of people not liking you, or possibly even not inviting you to stuff because they know, oh, you're the kind of person that rolls on everything. It does happen. I can confirm to you that there are people who both roll on everything and also who are known for rolling on everything. And that information spreads. Again, I'm not trying to gatekeep raid items or prevent raid items from getting into the hands. Or if you're like, I think I'm going to use this, but I'm not sure, that's also okay. Sometimes you're not always going to know. But again, given how rare the items are, if somebody is like needs an item and then you decide to roll on it, but you don't need it, and then that person doesn't get the item, and then that item just goes into your bank and that person spends another, like, you know, 3 weeks waiting to get that item, you should feel bad. That's your fault. That's a you problem. Raid etiquette. Basically. That's why Fubsy is saying that PvP is rolling for loot that you use 4 lives from now. True. Now, by contrast, there is the opposite, which is if it's your loot. If you pull an item and it's yours and you want it, you don't have to give it away for any reason. If you pull an item out of the raid and you're like, oh, yeah, this item's cool, I want it, and you want to keep it, it's your loot. Nobody can tell you what to do with your loot. But if somebody puts it up for roll, they're being generous and giving it to other people for whatever reason. So, you know, try to follow the same logic. And also, this should go without saying, but when you get to high levels and you get access to sentient items, don't roll on a raid item to then feed it to your sentient weapon. There's a special place in hell for people like that. And yes, I've seen it. Tower shield, someone rolled against me and won it. I think they shouldn't be able to, but still, yeah. But if my item is really hungry, sometimes the item has to go hungry for a couple days, you know? We joined the fam for a quest where the leader is posted the crucible and you loot it anyways. Discretion, it's up to you. If you need it, that's fine. It's not a big deal. If you don't need it and you loot it, then I don't even know why you joined that quest. But that happens all the time. Like, I'll be like farming for something and I'll be like, oh, I'm looking for the bracers, and then somebody else will join and they'll be like, I'm also looking for the bracers. So I'm not going to be upset if they get it because I'm farming till I get the bracers. You know what I mean? I don't really mind it. That's not a big deal. It's if somebody just like keeps it and you're like, what the hell, dude?
Every piece of this mechanism, including both
I think it depends. I think context sensitive. Again, it's DDO, it's a video game. We're all trying to work together to, like, you know, get our characters to be the best that they can possibly be. So I'm not out here trying to like police everything or try to tell people that they're doing bad things, that they're being bad people because they're just looking for items. Again, I don't really have much of a beef with that. Also, whenever I think I'm like bad at doing certain things, my god, I do that puzzle quest. Although, like, as previously mentioned, one of the exceptions is if you're, let's say I'm farming for a specific item, I'm farming for the bracers, as I was mentioning. I don't know what the bracers are, but I'm farming for the bracers. And you pull the bracers. You didn't say, oh, I need the bracers. You just pull the bracers and then loot them and then stay in group and keep farming and without saying anything, then people remember that one. Then they remember that. Woo! Short. Very fun. No, I'm good. Oh, of course.
Nurse Ratchet falls to the ground, and the haze of madness begins to fade.
What? Okay, give me a big hug. 7,000 XP every time, dude. No, get away. Get. No, leave me with my dignity. This is unbecoming. Enough. Ask him. Oh, come here. Give me a hug. And he says no. What's up? Oh, nah, it's the window's open. Don't worry about it. No, you're good. Rare ring on Lamb. Or rare ring in Lamortia. Ooh, people taking rares. I need 6,000 XP. You get 6,000 XP. I should know this. Members only. Members only. Let's go. Good job. Members only. Lower docks. I'm an AoE class. I can do members only. There's this. And damn, you level fast? Yeah, I do. The trick to leveling fast, Ducap, is so on your keyboard, right? So take your keyboard. There's can I flip this like so? Get this going. So on me, this is my keyboard, right? So if you can see here, this is the W key right here. So what you do is you just don't let go of this one. Just hold it forever. Okay? You'll level real fast. That's the trick. Just don't let go of that one. It works really good. We have the same keyboard. Oh, nice. But no sprint boost? As long as you're holding the W key, you don't need a sprint boost. Yeah, this is the... I don't know what brand this is. Wired gaming keyboard, made in China. Manufacturer, Dongguan Yuzhenong Trading Co. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. No idea what brand it is. But yeah, I bought this keyboard for cheap because I needed a backup keyboard to make sure I had one, and it was inexpensive, and it's a pretty good backup keyboard.
Wondering what brought you here.
Yeah, it's great. It's excellent. Honestly, same thing with my mouse. I've got the UTech Smart Venus MMO gaming mouse with 16,400 DPI. This is the best mouse I've ever owned in my entire life.
This club is using Soul Split Warforged as servants, though your contact doesn't know where the club appears.
Where's the book?
He suggests that you search the administration
Where's the
in
book?
the back of the club. Surely you'll find a written record there.
Where is it, sir? Bluff? There we go.
That it was
The drains?
Tufton who knocked the club president into the garden fountain at the masked ball. This prime piece of club gossip can be used to your advantage.
Alright. Open the door. There we go.
Tuffy opens the door. You can now make your way to the administration building through the garden.
Cherry keyboard with brown keys. Cherry keyboard with brown keys. I have my keyboard. I have my Logitech keyboard over there that is giving me problems with double keys, or like this double typing constantly, which is really annoying. So it's currently over there until I can figure that out. I have too many emails and other things I need to write up right now, and I don't have the patience to fix it, because I basically just get some isopropyl alcohol and then take off every keycap and then go through and dump alcohol in each keycap and then squeak it around, and then eventually it'll work properly. But like, I just don't have the patience for that right now. So resolder it, swap to Corsair. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to like electronics, I've always found I've had better luck with electronics, or not electronics, like peripherals, when they're less expensive than the more expensive ones. Like just the weird random branded peripherals just seem to work better. I don't know how else to describe that. With one exception, boy howdy do I love my Sennheiser headset. This headset is the best headset I've ever had in my entire life. And it shall stay on my skull until I die. a big one.
Baxter notes your arrival with disdain. The administration
Oops.
building is reserved for club employees only. I'm afraid your disregard for club policies can no longer be tolerated.
Nintendo controllers, always buy Nintendo brand. You know what? I might get a lot of shit from saying this. I think the DualShock controllers are nicer than the Nintendo controllers. And this is coming from somebody who owns a Switch Pro and a Switch 2 Pro controller. I like those controllers. I think the DualShock controllers nicer. My favorite controller I've ever owned is my trusty DualShock 4, so my PS4 controller that I use for literally everything when I use a controller on PC.
Armed with this knowledge, you can start tracing the Soul Split Warforged.
Holding W is really weird. That is weird. There might be some type of hidden limiter inside where there's like about how many keys you can press at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, the Switch Pro controller does have a mushy D-pad, which is annoying. Like it's got that wobble where like if I push just to the right and then I like wobble my thumb up and down, I can push up and down even though I'm holding right, which it shouldn't do that. So which I personally find very annoying when I'm playing any type of like platformer. It doesn't matter too much for other things, but for like platformers especially, like as somebody who likes to play a reasonable amount of Super Metroid on my computer, wall jumping is so much harder on the Switch Pro than it is on like the DualShock. I've even heard that, or from some people that even like one of the official Nintendo controllers, so that's the I have 5. I gotta do UMD here. Yeah. Oh, that's capped out. Perfect. That from some of the like official Nintendo Super Nintendo controllers, that they still have that mushy D-pad problem when they really shouldn't, because they're like meant for Super Nintendo games.
You have transcended the
Okay.
There are a talented
Let's see what we got
few who
here.
can teach you about what fate lies in
So I don't need Sacred Defender anymore. That was just for leveling purposes, so I don't need this. So I have 23 points to spend, 3 for Universal Enhancement Trees. So I like Ravager because Ravager gives me this. This is just good. There's nothing wrong with this. I can also get 5 melee power for an extra 2 points, which is not a horrible investment. 1 into Henshin Mystic is already there. I can do Shin Tao if I want to pick up extra healing. I can pick up Deflect Arrows here for cheap. And I can pick up extra Charisma, which is not bad. I can also pick up extra hit and damage, which is also not bad. So I can go boom, 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 and just spend a bunch of points in here, which I don't hate. So I think I grab Pain Touch because that's 5 melee power. That's just good. Animal forms I don't need. I don't need Key Shout. +1 to attack and damage while centered is just +1 to attack and damage, which is not bad. Again, Shintao giving me access to +3 double strike is also not bad. 3 double strike for 4 points is not great, but it is better than nothing. And then in terms of universal trees, Inquisitive, not Inquisitive, Vistani, if I spend enough points, does also get me access to both deflect arrows and 5% double strike, which could be nice. So let's put the points in here. So if I go here, we grab this, I get a favorite enemy. I already have dragon. We get the jump and tumble. We get this, we get this. I gotta spend 2 more points, so I guess I go with jump and tumble because I don't need this. We go there. Then we go here, we grab the extra double strike. Then I have 4 points. I can grab 4 charisma, which gives me better scaling. But then I didn't take Pain Touch. But I get 6 extra PRR, MRR. I get the physical resistance rating, I get a favorite enemy, I get deflect arrows, and I get 5% double strike, plus 3% double strike, so that's an extra 8%, which is not bad. So I don't hate that. I think this might be the play for now, but I'm not convinced. I need to do some investigation. I can only do this. In theory, I could go higher in Ravager if I wanted and pick up like Slaughter, because I do have a 2-handed weapon. Is it worth it to use Slaughter? For some reason, I'm like, there's a bug in Slaughter. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's a bug in Slaughter. I think Slaughter's bugged. I don't know how, but I think it's bugged. There's also the upgrade where you get 15 or 10 melee power. So that's also an option. It would also give me I Like Pain, which is a good defensive layer, which is not bad. I don't have the power attack, which is kind of annoying. It would also give me access to Aura of Fear, which is just convenient for making enemies helpless. But then I would miss out on this stuff. So basically, I would have to trade in Slaughter for 8% double strike and a bunch of defense, which I don't terribly want to do. I think this is the play. I could trade 1 point of Charisma for 5 melee power. And as a melee, I feel like I would rather have 5 melee power versus 1 point of Charisma, so I think I will do that. So I think if I take out 1 point of Charisma, and I'll grab, like, Ritual Scarring for 1 PRR, and then the 5 melee power. I think that ends up being better. It's going to depend on how it shakes out, but I think that ends up being better. Okay. I was like, why did it show me I had action points to spend? It's weird. And then Epic Destinies. So I have to use Divine Crusader. I have no choice because Divine Crusader gives me access to Axiom of Faith, and I need to take Lord of Blades for Greatsword as a favorite weapon. So I have to do this. Dreadnought is the main tree because Dreadnought is the bomb. So we're using Dreadnought for sure, for sure, for sure. Which means I have the last tree, which I think is going to be Fatesinger because the Sword Sings is really, really good for melee damage. The main problem is the Sword Sings couldn't strike through. So I'm just going to double check to see if that's still the case. Because it was bugged. I don't know if it's still bugged. We're going to find out if it's still bugged. Time to check the bugs. The insects within the code. You ready for bugs, everybody? We're going into the Searing Heights, so it'll be very obvious if it strikes through or not. Unless there's one guy at a camp. Oh my god. Any more guys? Good, there's 2 guys. Okay, so they're both in front of me. And Sword Sings. Ah, it doesn't strike through. Unlucky. It's still a lot of damage, right? But the fact that it doesn't strike through is kind of annoying. So if we don't use Fatesinger, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing if we don't use Fatesinger? Obviously, Quick Cutter is a great answer. Adrenaline might be good for some. Grand Master of Flowers? Drifting Lotus? I think Drifting Lotus is not good. What does Drifting Lotus look like with a greatsword? You know what? I don't know. Let's find out. I have no idea what Drifting Lotus looks like with a greatsword. And I can't know until I get to higher levels. Well, I can't use it now. So I'll have to test that out later. Because there's no way I can figure it out until I get to higher levels. But it is cool. Drifting Lotus, if Drifting Lotus is still a wacky triple hit attack, then it might be good. But 15-second cooldown is really brutal. And if I was going to use Drifting Lotus for that purpose, I would rather just use Shadow Dancer, which gives +3 critical threat range and multi on an 8-second cooldown. Isn't good, but it's really cool. Yeah. And of course, it's just Quick Cutter, which is Quick Cutter. I have a ×5 weapon, so Quick Cutter is, as it turns out, very, very good. Shadow Dancer Strike isn't cool at all. It's not cool at all. It's literally just you spin in a circle and deal cleave damage. It's just a big hit. It's so depressing this doesn't strike through. It makes me sad. It makes me upsetty spaghetti, dude. It's really bad to use. Oh, it should be fine. Like, let me go. Let's go assassinate some guys. So this is the Shadow Dancer Epic Strike. Right, so this is. That's it. It's just a melee cleave. So if I go into somewhere that has higher level monsters, I think 2-weapon fighting is the second best dragonlord style. I mean, it's single weapon fighting then 2-weapon fighting, yeah. Because dragonlords really only have single weapon fighting, 2-weapon fighting, and 2-handed fighting. The other attack is AoE, but the fact that it doesn't inherently strike through just really kills my like all the momentum with it, in my opinion. It just sucks that it doesn't strike through. I'm not doing the whole quest. I'm just testing something. I'm testing. We must find the right answer.
For you near the entrance.
Stay near
An
me.
irritated
Baylights?
scowl on
Oh,
his face.
Baylights, of course. Hmm. Honestly, I'm tempted to just use Dire Charge, but we'll see. But like, see all these guys? They're gonna rush me, and then I can go. I didn't crit any of them? What? I crit nobody? That's so depressing. There we go. It's like 5,000 damage, somewhere in there. I just do more damage with the with my actual cleave, which is kind of funny. The other benefit of using Quick Cutter is I get more AoE attacks, and I get the Boulder's Might, which is also quite good. And I kind of want to use Boulder's Might, so yeah, I think it's Quick Cutter. Unfortunately, it's always Quick Cutter. It's Fury of the Wild, and then you grab Quick Cutter. I don't need any of the trip DCs or garbage. Take this, grab Boulder's Might. And it's just a frontal cleave with +2 multi. So then it's 2 big AoE attacks. So it's just AoE into AoE. And it ends up being quite good. So you go like that. And you go like that. So there we go. Something like so. So now we've got Quick Cutter for damage. And then Boulder's Might. You can't do Boulder's Might in town? What in the hell? What in the goddamn? Anyway, that's that. We have to get this. Axiom of Faith. I need to have centered favored weapon by 29. Oh, I don't have to take anything here. But I can do this. And I like having the regen. Isn't Boulder's Might another full cleave? It is, yeah. It's a full cleave. +3 to hit and damage. Sunder chance. Well, I don't give a shit about sundering. I'm going to do Spear of Light. I'm going to do Regenerating Smite, because that's just convenient. I love being able to smite constantly, so I have more AoEs. And then Dreadnought. We grab a Dread Mantle. And of course, there is the, if you guys didn't know about this, there's the bug you can do where there's an ability here called Push Through the Line. And it gives you a +1 ability score, or bonus to all ability scores. What you can do, if you didn't know, you can put 1 point in here, then have Action Hero. What you do is you trigger Action Hero, and then you log out before it expires, and then you log back in. The boost is still on your character, and you can put in a 2nd point, do it again, get +2, and then do it a 3rd time and get +3, and it just sticks in your character. And then you can unspec the whole tree. So it's just you can just get +6 to all stats on any character you want. It's a bug. I'm sure they'll fix it at some point. But for now, I think it's pretty good for me. Tactics, DCs. DCs nuts. I do like Dragonlord, but my Dragonlord DC should be insane, so I don't think I have to worry about this. Oh, I might have to worry about it. Push through the line. I like Combat Brute for +1 W. I like Esoteric Touch. I like everything in here. Dreadnought is such a good tree. Get Double Strike in here. You get Double Strike in here. Double Strike's up here. It's a little expensive. And then there's Double Strike and Double Strike, which is also kind of expensive. I don't know if I want to go that high, but we'll see. Whether any blow, confront any foe, and then Sunder Evil. We'll probably get Sunder Evil because that just seems good. All right, Dread Mantle. There we go. I have an unprepared spell. Oh shit, I have so many spell slots now. Okay, Cure. Hell yeah, we're healing. I had so many spells, I didn't even notice. You only need to kill 2 Witch Doctors, but the quest log says 10. Oh, that's weird. Magic Circle is a great spell. I have to get spell components for this one, though. Prayer is a great spell. I'm gonna grab Prayer. No! No, come back to Chronic Conviction. Like so. And spells. And then level 4 spells. Holy Sword. Gives me +1 critical threat range. Also Zeal is an option, but the range is probably better, so we'll just do this. And I can't use Key Explosion even though it's cool. Now later on, I am currently using Angel Skin because it gives me a huge bonus to physical and magical resistance rating. However, for damage purposes, I will actually be swapping this out for Sacred Flame Empowerment once I am centered, because this gives you +3 imbue dice, but also it allows you to deal a d20 bane damage per imbue dice whenever you crit, and I crit all the time. So this will be very, very good. Okay, now let's do some inventory management. Did I sell everything? Yeah, I sold. I didn't sell everything. A bit of it. What if you're going to get Die Harderister? Yeah, I do like that it's Die Hard, Die Harder, Die Hardest, or Die Harderist. It's great. Die Harderist is fantastic. And I agree, this should have been Die Harderister, but instead it's Be the Whirlwind, which is much more boring than Die Harderister. All right. Sell. I don't care about this garbage. Let's go get some gear. Put on some equipment. Actually, my gear's level 15. I don't think I need to put on any equipment. I'm like, yeah, I'll put on new items, but like everything is high level, so I don't think it really matters. Now the only downside of this is that melees get a ton of power from leveling up. So right away your damage is like kind of low, but it picks up later on. Come out and slay Orchard Slayers. Do I want to do Orchard Slayers? Or do I want to do Giant Hold? Oh, they're in Crucible. You know, I haven't done Slayers in a while. Why not? I'll go do a Slayers. Or do you want to play Bazaar? No, I haven't done Slayers in a while. I'll do Slayers. I haven't done them in years. But I don't think I've done them this year anyway. Boy. I should get my potions. Lay. I have so many Slayer potions, dude. Teleport to Necropolis. Rather do Slayers than E-Star 1 to 3? True. I would also rather do Slayers. 100 kills, the party hits cap. That's also annoying. Oh, I didn't take Quicken, did I? Oh, all the spells. The spells are annoying without Quicken. No. Casting Prayers annoying without Quicken. Salt Marsh Explorers? No, I just go. Just doing Slayers. One of the benefits of Quick Cutter as well is that it leaves the bleed on enemies, so even if they run away, they're still taking some amount of damage and they'll die usually. Reroll time? No rerolling. Also, I'm a paladin, so I'm immune to all their stupid undead garbage, where it's like, oh, mummy rot? What have you? I get quelled, though, which is a little annoying, but it's fine. Die, everybody. Die, Dr. Nick. Was that guy in a tree? There was like one of these guys spawned in a tree. What the hell? Where's the Greater Heroism Belt from? This is called the Planar Gird, and it comes from a quest called Zorian Cipher that no one ever does. So you'll probably have never seen it, but yeah, it's pretty neato. Where are the bad guys? Oh. It's an unbound item, so people sell them on the auction house, but it's a classic item. For the record, I don't need to use this belt. I could just use scrolls. I have this DCs for it, and Greater Heroism scrolls are way more convenient than the belt. But I have the belt, so it's good for leveling, because it's minimum level 9. Yeah, you get it from Zorian Cypher. There's a secret room that you have to get into that requires you to get 2 keys later in the quest. Once you have both keys, you can go back to an earlier section, and there's a secret door, like a little library, that has another secret door at the back. And once you kill the boss inside the room, there's 3 keys, sorry. There's 3 locked doors, and inside those 3 locked doors, you'll then find the section that has, like there's 3 chests. And there's a bunch of super good rare items that spawn over there. One is the Planar Gird, another one is the Chaos Guard, and there's another good item that spawns out of there as well that I can't remember. Yeah, Zorian Cypher is cool. It has a lot of cool things. I really like the actual... Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go, sorcery. A little slower than the Sork. Yeah, it's got a lot of good stuff. I do Dreams of Insanity more than I do Zorian Cypher. Yep. I think it's the level range. Like, Zorian Cypher being level 8 makes it kind of, like, just a little weird. In terms of level ranges. It's here? Oh, zombies. Hey. You need 2 hirelings? Yeah. You also, yeah, you need multiple people as well. Zorian Cypher requiring multiple people is a little annoying. Yeah, I like Dreams of Insanity quite a bit. Mostly just because there's like, here's a bunch of relentless monsters that you have to fight your way through. Also, horrible beholder rooms and a bunch of other bullshit. Man, old DDO really was like very content to be like, here's a bunch of stupid bullshit you have to deal with. And you're like, okay, I guess. Me too. It's got that old school design where you have to have 4 people or people with hirelings because you have to stand on the door plates to open the door. It is unfortunate because it's one of those quests that if you don't know what you're doing, you'll walk into it and try to solo it and realize very quickly that you can't unless you either own a bunch of expansion hirelings or invite some other people and stop soloing it. Well, you don't need to do the runes. I wish there was more of that. Like, those runes in that quest are really cool, and they did a little bit of that in Threats Old and New. There's a section at the end, which, if you haven't done Threats Old and New before, there's a secret rune that requires you to have plus 80 or higher in every single stat. And it's great. It gives you, like, an extra little bit of chest. It's not named loot, though. But I do like that fact it encourages you to bring like lots of different people. It reminds me of how Legendary Tempest Spine, you need an intelligence, I think, of 80. And so there were not a lot of people playing intelligence builds at the time, but ended up becoming, you needed to make sure you had one. So when Legendary Tempest Spine was the thing people were running a lot, you always needed to have somebody with that intelligence. Same thing with strength. I'm blinded. I guess I don't really have any wisdom, so my mana's kind of low, but I don't really cast spells, so it's fine. Damage, I know. Isn't that damage sick, dude? Just wait till I get some melee power. Is there one skeleton here? Everything else dead? Did I already come to a cleared area? No. Not a cleared zone. Oh, no. Dude, it literally has death throws. It quelled me as it died. Damn it. I'm navigating in the dark. Being quelled is very frustrating. You just can't see anything. But it's not like pure blindness where you're like stuck or you can remove it. You just gotta wait. Ah, sweet. Free of the quell. Into another quell. I actually don't mind the effect in totality, but the fact that it lasts 30 seconds is really annoying. It reminds me of how back in the day, in the Lord of the Rings Online many, many years ago. So the way that they did that in Lord of the Rings is that monsters would have debuffs. So like if a wolf, like wolves would have a bite, that would apply a debuff to you that would reduce your movement speed by 30%. At low levels, it only lasts like 8 seconds. But for whatever reason, they made it so that as you leveled up, the debuffs, they can't get more powerful. They're not going to slow you for more, but they just lasted longer. So what would happen is at level 1, a wolf bites you and it slows you for 30% for like 3 seconds or 8 seconds, or whatever. But at higher levels, it would slow you for like a minute. And so they had the expansion Rise of Isengard come out, and the wolves were biting people and slowing them for 2 minutes. And it's just brutal. Like, and there's wolves everywhere. Like, you're fighting so many monsters, and you're just slow all the time. So the solution that they came up with, which was kind of cool. Oh yeah, I forgot monsters are respawning. I forgot that's how that works now. Oh, that's kind of cool. I just cleared this area and there's monsters now. Look at that. That's actually kind of sick. The solution that they had, the brilliant implementation of it anyway, is if you're out of combat, they didn't make those debuffs shorter. If you're out of combat, the debuff just falls off now. So it only applies to you when you're in combat, which is super funny because now you'll get bit by a wolf at level 160, and the wolf will literally put like an 8-minute slow on you that says like, oh, expires when out of combat. I'm like, you guys couldn't shorten it? No? It just, yeah, whatever. It lasts for like eight years, sure. It's kind of wild. I just cleared this area and now it's full of monsters. I don't want to go this way though. Also, I'm getting blinded. The sun is shining. I'll have to close the blinds a little bit, which will increase the temperature even higher, which is awesome. Running across this guy. Can I climb up there? Is that a climbable surface? It is a climbable surface. Perfect. There we go. Man, it's kind of sick that Slayers just No! Fucking quells, man. I was gonna say, it's kind of sick that you can climb all the ramps. And respawn everything, and yeah, I'd never have to like actually reset the zone. But ugh. I'll be centered. Yeah, when I reach level 29, I can be centered. All right, where are we going? I think I might go north. North might be the play. Yeah, I need to get the special sword to allow me to be centered, and I am not centered currently. Okay, I live again. Right. Son. Oh, zombies! Would it be itchy from the exclamation mark in the corner? Yeah. Fortunately for me, I'm not you, so I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't like it. I personally like to play the thing that I'm playing. It's like, whenever I play a game like Path of Exile or something, the common wisdom is you want to play a starter build, so a character that has, like, a better set of stats in the beginning, and then you transition into whatever it is you're actually supposed to play later. So sort of like how playing a thrower is, where you start with just hand wraps or 2-weapon fighting, but then eventually you switch and you transition into using your thrower once you get to the higher levels. That's a pretty standard thing that a lot of people will do in DDO. I don't do that. I like to play the thing from the beginning. So when I play PoE, I like to play like the character as it's intended from the beginning. Sorry, I don't like this corner. Would you want me to make it bigger? True, I could do that. Get dragon breath, suckers. Yeah, it's not too bad. So we're at in the Slayer potion. I'm 13 minutes in, and I'm a quarter done. No, I'm more than a quarter done. I'm 1/3 done. 1/3 done in 13 minutes. Which means the whole thing will be done in about half an hour, assuming we stay at the same pace. Also, for some reason, the voice lines aren't playing, which is kind of weird. Usually they would be. No one here, so I'm just gonna go this way. Or maybe there's nobody here because there's nothing here. Oh, oh, oh! There we go. Game is currently at work. I can see that. No, don't quell me. I was just about to recast some of my buffs. Thank you. It fits with the character. I'm a purple dragon knight who's going to be using a purple sword, so I wanted to make sure I got the purple on point. So I got the purple outfit, I got the purple hair. Because this is a cosmetic version of the sword, obviously, but I'm going to have the real sword eventually. My god. I hate that I can like ride around looking for something to fight and there's nothing around. More slayers. I require more slayers. Yeah, the respawns are not as numerous as I would like here. Maybe I should go back to that corner, but I think there's like people that are down there doing good stuff. Because that's the other thing too, is once you get into a group, you don't really realize how fast it's going. Like I'm already at 500,000 XP so far. And I've just been like running around slamming guys with a sword, but other people in my party have also been doing the same thing. So the benefit of the Slayer group as well is, again, it's the group element. You need to have multiple people all working towards the same goal, and it goes pretty quick. If everybody is actually playing, it goes so... No! Oh, I didn't get quelled. Let's go. I really didn't want to get quelled, so I didn't. It was like excellent. Excellent timing. I might have to shrine semi-soonish, but... Buffs. But you can see all the bonus layers going up. That's also one of the benefits of like spellcasters. So a lot of people will talk about how spellcasters aren't as powerful or as fun to play at the super end game, because in the higher R10 groups, as shown on Wednesday when you guys got to see my warlock doing R10s, my warlock is not a bad character, but oh my lord, is the damage from some people's builds absolutely absurd. It is like out of this world, and so, which is really cool. It's really, really cool. But like I couldn't really, like, other than holding some stuff and healing people, I wasn't really meaningfully participating. But for stuff like this, spellcasters are invaluable. They're so good at clearing out big packs of monsters. They're so good at it. There's literally nothing on the landscape. Die a single zombie. Gotta find something to fight. There's gotta be something to fight around here. Yeah, I'm not in the Doomsphere section, so I don't have to worry about it as much, fortunately. Alright. Well, a group with 2 paladins, 2 monks, and a druid. Yeah. Well, the druid is a spellcaster. He's got 4,000 mana. Am I tailing somebody? I'm kind of tailing somebody. Wait, am I misremembering? Did Arcaniverse pop in here in the chat earlier today? Or am I like hallucinating that happened? I just remember that guys are super good. Just doing regular quests aren't R10. And to be fair, like, again, mass hold monster makes everybody happy. Oh, bard buffs? Oh, I'll take bard buffs. Sure. Sure thing. Oh, I can do this. I can D-door myself. It's a waste of a D-door scroll. Taking feats like hamstring and slicing blow. Are they good now? To my knowledge, there's something really screwy going on with slicing blow. If I recall correctly, there is something like giga broken with that spell or that feat. I don't know about hamstring, but there is something wrong with slicing blow right now. And if you're like, oh, I didn't know that, that's crazy. I don't know, man. I know too much. Even though I don't play DDO as much as I used to, I'm still like reasonably in the know about certain things. I'm also very fortunate. I have like people just like to tell me stuff when they learn things, which just makes me feel very honored. I feel very special. But yeah, I just know some things. I can take it. I am now the party leader. Thank you, thank you. I am the party lead. Alright, and now slay. 20, 29, Orchard Slayers. Fun to start my epic leveling? Yeah. Like I said, this isn't the most fun, I would say, in terms of like raw, like, you know, I'm out here fighting lots of, you know, or doing some complicated dungeon or doing some interesting mechanics. Slayers are the most straightforward, most basic form of DDO possible. It's you just go out and fight a bunch of monsters, but the XP is pretty good. I just figured starting with Slayers is not too bad because it just means you can skip quite a lot when you do your first thing in Slayers, so we'll see. Can't complain about that. Just Slave Lords with that better XP. I think Slave Lords is better XP for the most part. No, Slayers is better XP for sure. I had to think about that twice, and I don't know why I had to think about that twice. I did not have to think about that twice. That was a one think. Give me the answer. Go where the monster's at. Slayers doesn't mean Premier and can't build a group to save your life. Yeah, that's definitely a regional issue, I would say. Like a regional Cormier issue. The inability to get a Slayers group going. It's the same thing. Some people struggle doing raids as well. I do know that Reaper Casual hosts raids on Cormier on the weekends. So if you do want to do raids and stuff, they do host that. But yeah, Slayers can obviously be a little bit harder because you want to have a full group at all times. Oh, that's a tree. That's a tree. LTBC in one night last night in the group. Less time than I imagined. Yeah, 3-Barrel Cove is not too bad, especially heroic 3-Barrel Cove. I usually burn through it in about 25-ish minutes, something like that. The video, I did it solo on the solo guided playthrough. I posted the Artificer for level 7 yesterday, and that took me solo about 40 I want to say somewhere in there, 40 minutes. Yeah, I think it was a little bit less actually. So, yes, Three Barrel Cove is pretty cool. That being said, this is heroic. If we're talking about epic Three Barrel Cove, especially if you include the final Three Barrel Cove quest, that one takes quite a long time to get through. It doesn't actually take that long, but it can. And I am not the biggest fan of it. Please don't knock me over. No, please stop. I hate air elementals. They're like the worst monster type. No, they're not. Bats are the worst. You know what? That's what we need. We need air elemental phase bats. Phase bats that also push you around. That's what we need in DDO. We're missing air elemental phase bats. It was heroic. There you go. Yeah. We get dispel. Yeah, air elemental phase bats that dispel magic. There we go. Even better. Don't you dare quell me. Acid wit would be good. Legendary acid wit would be fun. Wow. I don't know if I would agree with that. I don't personally like acid wit questline or quest very much. Although admittedly, I think the only reason I don't like acid wit is because the XP in it is garbage. Considering how hard it is compared to other quests, I don't know what happened. The level 15 quests, like pre-Sharn, were challenging and gave no XP. Acid Wit being on that list. Acid Wit, there's like Delirium. The Missing Chain doesn't give that great XP. I don't know what happened to level 15 quests. I don't know what's going on. Elemental Phase Bat Rust monsters, and they cast Horde Wilting. They have a Horde Wilting aura. Make it worse. Hey, we're at 5,000, baby. Okay. How much did I get for that last one? It was 100k? 300k. Okay, so I cap out in 400k. I might cap on XP. I think I have to level up real quick. So I'm going to do a couple more packs, and then once I run out of visible packs, I'm going to go level up. I'm using a greatsword, so I should probably take patience, but I really hate losing the attack speed. I think going down to 10% attack speed is not good. Math people, do I take patience? I should take patience. I'm pretty sure I take patience, but a recommendation from the math people. More than one stack of resonance? I don't know. Yes, patience. All right, thank you. Thank you, math people. Also, you just outed yourself as a nerd, and everyone knows you're a nerd. Whoa! Quick, everyone, call him. Point at float and call him a nerd. Whoa! Anyway. Lotus's whirlwind attack? Is that really what it does? Dude, I dragonlord 2 of the quells, and the third one got me. Now you're a nerd because it's like cheese touch. No, is it a disease? Is it transitive through touch? Damn it! Like pot nerd. Taking level quick. We're going to take level and then jump back. So to do so, we go to teleport, and we teleport to the market, then we teleport back. Is that a Diary of a Wimpy Kid reference? I don't know. I don't read books. Or see the movies. Level patience. Also, this is why teleport scrolls are excellent. So I can do this. And now I'm already back, so I didn't miss pretty much any time. Although now I don't have bard buffs. Oh, there's a bard right here. May I have bard buff? I can sprint. Where we got? Where's freedom? You're there. You're there. I think I might go here. Convenience. Aren't minutes long? That's true. I do have computer from space. I have space computer. It helps with loading screens. Okay, there's no one north. I think I'm gonna go north. There's ain't nobody up here in the north. Yeah, isn't it wild that monsters respawn in adventure zones now? Isn't that crazy? Nope. Quells, I see you. Welcome. The blindness. Attend to avoid Stormcleave because of the end fight? Wait, because of the end fight? Oh, really? Do you find it challenging, or do you just not like, you don't like the fact that you have to like debuff the boss by killing the elementals, or? I actually really like the Stormcleave end fight. I think it's one of the more involved end fights we got in old ones. It was also fun trying to figure out which elementals you wanted to try to deal with at the same time. I can't think about that embarrassing memory you had in grade school. Oh, embarrassing memory I had in grade school. Dude, there's way too many to list. I don't know. There's so many embarrassing memories I had in grade school. Things right off the top of the dome. Although I don't know if this is an embarrassing memory. I'm also like kind of weirdly proud of this one. No. I prefer the royal we. But yeah, I was in special class. Special class is in the place you go when you're being held back, because they're like, hey, your kid is really struggling, so we're gonna help your kid by making it so that they spend more time in some of the earlier sections and relearning things, because your kid, they need that help. I didn't need to be in this class. I was not a kid who needed extra assistance. I was just defiant. I had a big problem with authority, and I would refuse to do something if I thought it was beneath me or if I thought it was something I already knew. And so the teachers at the time were like, yo, this kid's dumb. He can't do this work. When I was like, no, I don't want to do it. I already know how to do it. So in the second grade, I got put into in the third grade, I got put into the special class. And so as a result, did you know that when you are in or classified under the distinction of like needing extra help, I don't know what the proper term for that is, but when the school thinks you're slow, you don't have to do any standardized testing. So I didn't have to do any standardized test whatsoever, which is great. I got to skip all that. So as a result, I didn't get evaluated by really anything. They just did that one initial section. They're like, yeah, you're slow. So then when I ended up changing schools in the 4th grade, the first standardized test I ended up ever taking in my life was the CCAT test. And I don't remember what it stands for. Couldn't tell you, but it was the CCAT test. It was, yeah, I skipped EQAO, exactly. So 3rd grade EQAO, didn't have to do it. And after taking the CCAT test, all of a sudden, the results were the exact opposite. They're like, oh my god, this kid's gifted? Holy shit-a-roly. This kid's doesn't special class. He's a genius. Put him in gifted class. So then it went the exact opposite. So we went to gifted class, which was a good time. I'm coming. I'm gonna go save our rogue friend. Then went from you know, needing additional assistance to, hey, you get to go to gifted school. And gifted class is literally even worse. So in special class, it was like, instead of learning stuff, we would like do arts and crafts most of the time and like kind of like space out and not really do a whole lot. In gifted class, it was even worse because what they would do is they would go like, I remember the first time doing gifted, or in the gifted program, like the first day, they're like, okay, they spent a little bit talking about like philosophy, like kind of bigger concepts. And then they were like, and here's a little bit slightly more advanced mathematics for like maybe an hour. And then they were like, okay, now that you've learned this and you know all this stuff, do whatever you want with the rest of your day. You got free time. You kids are smart. Have free time for the rest of the day. Now, some of the kids in the gifted program were like, you know, they were like pretty like goody two-shoes, sort of like eggheads that were studying whatever. But a bunch of the kids were much more like me, kind of more of the delinquent side of things. So man, I learned like all the coolest websites from some of the other kids of like, you know, all the stuff you're not allowed to show people. I still remember like, because this was 2002, 2003 maybe. And so having no supervision and like, here kids, go on the internet, do whatever you want. Oh my God. They didn't have the, like the concept of having safe search or a lock on your computer in the early 2000s was completely unheard of. They're like, yeah, kids, the internet's totally safe. They're not going to find anything weird. Oh my God. All of the most terrifying websites and all sorts of stuff, you know. I still remember some kid was like, yo, check it out. And they showed me a video. This was in school in the 5th grade, but of course in the special gifted program. And pulls up a video of like, this is depressing, an execution. And I'm like, dude, because you could just watch whatever you want on the computer, and there was no supervision because the teachers were like, yeah, you kids are good, just do it, you know, learn it on your own. Free learning time, stretch your legs. Sick, dude. Thanks. Good learning. What were the two girls doing with the cup? That came later. But yeah, those are later. All right, nice, nice. I am also capid. I am gonna pass the flame. Thanks, team. Hit him with the take care. Oh, take care. There we go. Come get carried. Lamb R1. I mean, I do like free XP. I could go for some free XP. Is there ransack, pale sims? I don't see an open party here, dude. Maybe. Yeah, I hopefully somebody else just makes it. Just do like Slayers. People join in. It's pretty straightforward. It's easy to do. And come out and slay is a good quest to pick. Anyway, I got distracted. We were talking about something. Anyway, yeah, that's an embarrassing memory from the past. These days you can get through DR anyway. You can, yeah. You can just blast the DR because he doesn't resist a lot of things. He just has DR 100 against adamantine. Also, for the record, I don't want to disparage teachers and educators who were working very hard at the time. Why did I teleport to House K? Whatever. Who were working very hard at the time to try to accommodate students they deemed as being more gifted. They were doing their best, or at least they thought they were doing their best, but it was definitely misguided. It was very, very misguided. They're like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. Okay. And I think they thought that they were like gonna inspire us, or like we would start to like just build new technology or do something because we're like smart kids. They're like, oh, gaming the system? Sick. Awesome. I don't level up here. It's really weird to describe how like there were several other kids that were in that program that were also like, again, not delinquents as in they were getting in trouble all the time, but were very much like aware that the adults didn't understand how to handle them and could just like be like, all right, adults, you want me to dance? I'll do a little bit of a dance in exchange. Okay, relentless. What are we doing here? Do I want to do relentless? Tank? No, I don't want to tank. Mike healing? Mick healing? Mick healing. The Mordia Saga Mats R1 all welcome? A free Lamortia saga, huh? I don't know. I feel like I should do quests to gain experience points. I don't really want to do the chronoscope though. I don't want to do this. You know what? Sure. Go relentless. I tank. Nah, I'm gonna steal a. I'm gonna run Lamortia on Reaper 1. And if I don't get accepted in the group, then I can do relentless. Oh, I got accepted. Let's go. Hello. It was so cool to access dictionary.com using the IP address at the time. Like, there was some, I will say this, there was some learning and they did some good stuff. One of the things they did with the gifted program is they encouraged people. They did give us like the opportunity to see things we wouldn't otherwise see. So a simple example is we got to do like a kind of like an engineering demonstration where they got like these people who ran this kind of like robotics program to kind of do a demo with this. We got to do like introduction to robotics and a whole bunch of other things. So we did have like a couple outings where they were like, hey, here's this like slightly more advanced thing that you can learn about, kids, and try to get us excited about different concepts. And there was like 1 or 2 projects we did end up doing, but yeah, it was not great. It was mostly just like we got out of class for the entire day. Imagine Threnal got epic or legendary. All I want is for every quest in Threnal to be made level 9. And then people will run Threnal. Or they get bored very quickly. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit, it's a bit of a mixed bag, I would say. I think that definitely kids can get bored. There's certainly some of that. But I think also a big part of it is like, you need the adults to understand like what the kids want, which is even harder. Again, I don't envy all of the teachers that I've had. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I'm not here being like, yeah, and I was like this perfect student and, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, I was really hard to deal with. I was really annoying, and I could be abrasive, and, you know, I wasn't the greatest student. But dude, don't get outsmarted by an 11-year-old. How was my dragon roar landing? What the hell? Oh, it's a will save. That's why. You know, my damage isn't great, but I got 5 kills. I'll take it.
An angry voice rings out in the courtyard.
Where are my bodies, Schmidt?
So yeah, got to college. I was like, at last?
Bodies.
Yeah.
You know what I think? I think you sold your tip-offs to all the gangs. Then when they came looking for the corpses, you claimed some other mob took them.
Shrimp Kid is too cool for you? No, I was so uncool. It's like hard to put into words how uncool I was. If for any reason any person in the chat thinks that I was cool or that I am cool right now, I have to point out how devastatingly uncool I was. I also think I'm uncool now, but oh my god, times like 1,000 when I was younger. Woo! I was definitely not cool. I was not a cool kid. It would have been cool to be a cool kid. No, my lay on hands consumed the cooldown, but I didn't get the heal off. That's bullshit, dude. I don't know how I'm taking this stuff. What's my PRR right now? 110. You know what? I've had worse numbers in my life.
What sort of place have you stumbled into?
Uncool is the new cool. I don't think uncool is the new cool, but I think that like being cool, a part of it, there's like the aloofness that comes with cool, which is mostly just like not being interested in what other people think and doing something because you think it's interesting. I think most people can recognize that like being interested in stuff is cool and being passionate about things is cool. In the modern era, it's changed. Like, I think that being a nerd, or if somebody called you a nerd, I think a lot of people would still see that as like a negative or like an uncool thing. But the concept of a nerdy hobby, or somebody having something nerdy that they do, which is just something they're passionate about, is now a lot more interesting to the youths nowadays. And to be fair, if somebody is very knowledgeable and passionate about something, I'm happy to listen. I think it's cool. I love hearing about something I don't know literally anything about as somebody explains, you know, some massive concept to me. I think it's sick. I love that. You know, going to like a party or something and, you know, meeting somebody that I don't know at all. And then they're just like, hey, by the way, you know, XYZ, whatever? I'm like, no, but please tell me about it. +2 racial tome? Hell yeah. How are good are Lemordia weapons compared to Barovian ones? They're 100 million% better. The Barovian ones are totally free. So in that regard, they're slightly better because free is freer than not free. But the the Lemordia weapons just have bigger numbers and have better stats across all categories. But getting a Lemordia weapon takes forever to farm out. So there's like the opportunity cost there. I don't know if we have any high-level characters except for the person who's running the group. He's dead. Oh my god, I hit the Beer Reaper. Let's go. I stunned the Reaper. Oh, I'm dying. Whoop. We're good. Yeah, the heroic Lemordia ones are also gigabugged. They do things they're not supposed to do.
An imposing figure stands in the center.
Where's Intimidate? Did I move Intimidate off of here?
Scrutinizes you for a moment.
50 is probably too low. It is too low.
I haven't seen you before.
Oh my god, Rana. No, Rana.
Gives you a curt nod.
I'm the head orderly here.
Oh.
Before I pummel you to the ground, let's have a chat.
Is this a new build? This is a new build. Started on Wednesday. This is Purple Dragonite. The idea here is Pure Charisma Paladin 2. I made a Pure Charisma Paladin like 5 years ago, and we're doing it again.
A direct charge from the head orderly might bring it down.
Like mounted eagle heads, but doesn't everybody plop? Imagine if you could have, it's a griffin. That's a griffin's head. Eagles are way smaller than this. This is obviously a griffin, so come on. But also, if you had a bunch of griffin heads, wouldn't you also mount them?
Following you into this room.
I guess it depends on how exactly it's done. It's like, could you go to the store, go to the grocery store and buy like a bucket of fish heads, and then take the bucket of fish heads and then mount them on the wall? You probably. Do a giant eagle denier? I mean, it's clearly a griffin.
You expect
also,
the head
yes.
orderly to come after you, but he hesitates when he sees the
Solo guided pally at the next hardcore event with said drow build as drow as the race. The problem if I do drow is the entire build doesn't work. For what I'm doing, I have to be a purple dragonite. So I like where your head's at, Vinbis, but no. However, you could do drow if I went with dual wielding short swords, which is a better version of this build. Two weapon fighter short sword is literally just superior. So that's an interesting concept. Well, maybe. That's a link. I can't believe I hit these guys. What the hell is going on? Will saving throws, baby. Yeah, also, what's going on, Plop? How you doing? You excited for your weekend? You got anything fun planned? Tell me not to click strange links. Yeah, it's some gigantic, endless Etsy link. Yeah. I mean, a lot of links are like that because it's the string that links to the specific purchase or item. So like Amazon links are the same. Dark Lair tool with short swords? Oh yeah. I guess Volport is short sword, isn't it? So like there's a way you can do that probably. Playing a show with my band tomorrow night? Oh hell yeah, that's awesome. Hopefully it's a lot of fun. Is it a is it like a big venue sort of thing, or is it a like doing a like in a bar or like an underground venue? I really love the like kind of like the underground shows where, you know, it's still like a packed, very packed room, but it's very I don't know, you're just like close. I don't know how to describe it. It's cool.
If the water were drained, you could use the fishing rod to probe its depths.
Local cover band at a brewery? Yeah, but still, that's sick, dude. That's awesome. Hopefully it's a lot of fun. I didn't know you were in a band. I guess I never asked, but that's cool, man. What do you play? Let me guess. You're a bass player. You know how I can tell? You've got this like really relaxed nature.
Experiments done on patients in the asylum.
There's something about just the way that you talk, and it's got this like, it's like a bass tone, but there's like this really relaxed nature to it, and I'm like, yeah. If you're Dark Hunter beginner basics, thinking of running one to the next past life, do you recommend pure Dark Hunter, or is it a good multi-class option? You don't have to go pure. You can multi-class. It just really depends on what you want to get out of it. Because Dark Hunter does trapping, you don't need to put rogue in there, and you don't really gain anything by adding in fighter. So you just have to have an idea of what you want. And before somebody says, yeah, you know what's a good option? Dragonlord? Shush. Quiet, Dragonlords.
A gushing stream of water flows from one of the pipes into the floor.
Is your crit profile, but the damage type is challenging to overcome? Nah. Dragonlord. Oh, there's a spider somewhere. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, there we go.
And the door opens.
Leads bit about Dragonlord.
Now that you've drained the water from the wash basin, you can use
Listen, Dragonlord players, I know the answer to everyone's problems is just play Dragonlord. I get it. I'm with you. I too am playing a Dragonlord because it solves all my problems. Legendary Krothos. I've mentioned before, I don't really want Legendary Krothos, but there's a fair number of people who say that they do want it. How am I so tanky? I'm like just tank maxing this guy. Get the hell out of here. What's that? You want to try to kill me? Too bad. I get heals. You need more epics? Epics would be cool. I didn't loot the chest. I came in down here for the chest and I never looted it because I'm not that smart. 15 Dark Hunter, 5 Dragonlord, both Leaves and Whirlwind. Yeah, so the problem with that is I really like Dance of Death from Tempest. So like you could go tier 5 Dragonlord and rock scimitars and have a crazy critical threat profile and dual wield and do some wacky stuff with Dragonlord if you want. Which again is like not a bad thing. That works really well because Dragonlord is good and it's Dragonlord. But like we can't just add Dragonlord and everything. It's not like Salt and Pepper where it just goes good on everything. Why am I being pinged in Discord?
Rewards you with a silver key, the missing key to the patient's wing. The plaque beside this door reads Patient's Wing. You'll need a silver key to open the door. You use the silver key to unlock the door leading to the patient's wing.
Nope, loot the chest from Tom. I'm getting distracted. We go back to Gorthus from new quests, not versions of the old ones. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just like, I think starter areas should stay starter areas.
Return to the asylum, ready to find and free Armin Auerbach.
I don't really need to go back to the starter area for any particular reason.
so that you can use it in
Here's
your
the only thing
confrontation
I
with
would want,
Dr.
okay?
Mordheim.
If
You
we were to
step
get like
out
a
of the
revamp
silent
of some of the starter
reception
areas,
and into the dark and quiet patient's
what I would
wing.
like to see as a revamp to some of the starter stuff in DDO, or not like a legendary return, is the original starter zone. So if SSG was like, hey, we're gonna give you the classic DDO start, I can get behind that. I think that would be really cool. So that's basically where Crystal Cove is right now, where that takes place, is the original start to Dungeons & Dragons Online.
That will counter the head orderly's special power. The blessing of the full
So if
moon.
we got that as legendary and there's a reason to go back there, I think there'll be a cool return to form. But outside of that, I don't really want it. For those that don't remember, in the area where Crystal Cove currently takes place, there used to be a tavern as well as a series of starter quests. So there'd basically be these like rooms that you would go into, and there was like a melee combat room and just like a bunch of different rooms, like a spell combat room, like an arcane spell room, a trap room, a divine spell room, and you'd have to get through it by learning how to do these different mechanics and understand how they worked. You didn't have to do them, but if you were playing like a wizard, it's like, oh yeah, you should go do this room. And it would be really cool if maybe the next series of extreme challenge dungeons is like once we hit level 40 as a send-off to, or like as a reminder of like where the game started, we went back there and there was like extreme challenge versions of each of those dungeons. There's like an extreme challenge arcane dungeon, extreme challenge divine themed dungeon that matched up with it. And it's like, you know, because as heroes, many heroes started their journeys in this place, the universe like warps in on itself due to the Codex of Infinite Planes or some other bullshit, and it created these extreme challenges, and that's why it's there. And so we get new extreme challenge dungeons, which would be cool for level 40, but then also it would thematically tie back into the beginning of the game, and it would be a reason to go and experience something that also most players would have never seen. Not most players, but a lot of players who like started later wouldn't be familiar with. The problem with that is that it's super boomer coded of me to be like, yeah, let's go back to the thing when the game was good. Remember when DDO was good? Remember when video games were good? I wish video games were good again. Too bad they're not good anymore. Were those? Ugh.
Now's your chance to escape. You flee
And not about that.
room. You find an
Well, apparently I am, because I'm advocating for this position still.
You enter the correct path.
Get stunned, spiders.
Springs open, revealing an iron key.
Am I doing anything? I got 3 kills.
Inside the safe. This will unlock the door to the basement.
And players don't know? Yeah, man. You guys remember? Sorry, I just want video games to be good. Was the last epic content Borderlands? No. The last epic content would have been updated. Well, new content, maybe, but no, we got after Borderlands anyway. We got what was it? Catacombs and Delaris got epic versions. I think that's it. I think the last Catacombs. I think it's it. Catacombs and yeah. Tavern Tales is epic. Tavern Tales is like technically epic, but isn't it like low, like 30 sort of thing?
The plaque beside this locked door reads, "To the basement."
To the
The door
basement.
requires an iron key.
Tavern Tales is Toil and Trouble,
The door to the basement swings open.
Sleeping with the Fishes, and Covered Culvert. I'm pretty sure that's legendary. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Covered Culvert is for sure legendary. I know, because those monsters do have legendary stats. Those, I did it on Wednesday, and I could not affect, with my DC of 120, I couldn't affect anything with hold. Toil and Trouble is 1 or 28? Maybe.
You see a
Dino
third
Crisis.
crafting
Dino Crisis
table in
is
front
kind of
of
an
this
old
room.
quest,
You can use it to
but it's
craft
also,
a bomb.
it's like, or kind of a new quest, but it also
You found all
replaced
the
a quest that we already
materials
had.
needed to create the bomb, as described in the manual you found earlier.
Also, I love
Now
that
to
Dino
combine
Crisis
the
is not
pieces.
on
You
Romania.
combine the materials to create the bomb. You can use it in your next confrontation with the head orderly to dispel his special power. You find a green
The sands are
key
epic.
on the dusty
I mean, I don't
floor.
forget
The
the sands are
wall
epic. I'm just
creaks
not,
open,
I just don't run
revealing a
epic
large
sands all the
laboratory
time.
and a metal cage. A gnome imprisoned in the cage calls out as you approach.
Who's that? Mordenheim? It couldn't be. A friend? Impossible! Who are you?
You see
Wait a minute.
wide
How'd they get
array
into
of
this
lab
room?
equipment in this room, along
How'd
with
they
a
get into this
row of
room?
brains
Did you just
and germs.
open that door and
Panel
get in
the
here?
wall slides open,
Aw.
revealing a hidden passage. You use the green key to open the cage holding
I'm
Armin
confused.
Auerbach. Armin Auerbach says he'd help you if he could, but the asylum's director would never allow him to leave. To prove the point, both the director
I don't
and
think
the
Dino
head
Crisis is a
orderly
bad quest. I think it's fun.
immediately walk in, seeking a final confrontation.
Oh,
The head
Promise of
orderly
Fire.
charges. The director
Promise of
springs into
Fire,
action
the
beside
quest
him.
that drops artifacts, and all of the weapons that are not legendary have legendary stats.
He won't
So
be
you
able
can
to
get,
mistreat
there's the
asylum's
short sword
patients
that
any
comes out of
longer.
there that has legendary stats, even though it's level 27. Give me for 1,000? Screw you, buddy. I'm going up here. Screw this noise. Time for you to see my true form.
The head orderly transforms into a werewolf with
Come
a
here,
deafening
werewolf
howl.
buddy.
Now that he's
Sorry,
made
bub.
that big
Looks like
you can
you're all out of time.
You position the bomb on the wall. Now to lead the head
The game.
orderly
The Sentient Blows from Barovia.
into
Don't know where the better ones are. There's no good short swords in the game, unfortunately, at the moment. So your best bet is either a crafted dinosaur bone one, or a crafted Lemordian one, or a Golden Age short sword from Myth Draenor. Those are going to be your top 3 short swords. They're generic because obviously they're all craftable, all just like from the system or whatever. But
Well done. I must thank you for dealing with the director.
Dr. Bauer tells you that she has no allegiance to Mordenheim.
yeah, that's pretty much your
and
top
doesn't
3.
see any
So
reason to
crafting
keep
one
the
out of
technician in
Isle of Dread,
custody.
crafting one
This
out of
is my
Lemordia,
asylum now.
or finding
At
a
last
rare
I
Golden
can
Age
do as
from
I
Myth
see
Draenor
fit.
and then upgrading it in the raid.
I'll start with better treatment for all my patients.
Dr. Bauer says, her enthusiasm growing.
For example,
Oh, is there a short
evidence
sword
shows
in
that
Threats
the
Old and New?
innovative
Hold on,
new
Threats
lobotomy
Old
procedure
and New.
can
You know
do
what?
a
I didn't
great deal
research
to
this,
soothe the
Balanian.
nerves
So
that
let
cause
me
aggression.
do the research.
I'll start trials straight
I'm gonna
away.
do the thing I didn't do.
Dr. Bauer opens a portal that will
Short
send
sword,
you to
eh?
your next destination. Elisa's
Finality,
path
the
and
fall of
pangs
the sun.
agony. You step out of the portal and into Elisa's cabin. Armin,
I mean, it's fine.
We don't have much time.
It does have the Slay Living, but the problem is DC 100 is like literally
she nods at Armin.
never
signaling him
gonna
to
hit
leave.
anybody.
Armin begins work on the
It's a
unbreakable
Sunblade?
heart,
Oh, does it
modifying
strike
its
through?
structure So that it will self-destruct when triggered by Elise. Elise
Oh, it even
is
says so.
your
It can
living
strike through like a Sunblade. Also
get
benefit
me
from
a
strike
part
through
of
and
the
melee
trial
power gain
and
from
I'll
200 fighting
settle
feats,
trial
but not the extra damage
I
multiplier.
might
By
be
taking
going
200
down,
specialty, this can benefit from
but
single weapon
she's coming
fighting
with me.
and strike through.
I'm ready
You
to go
know,
to
that's not
Josh
bad.
Mordenheim whenever you are.
I guess, yeah,
Defeating
Finality
Rachel
would
won't be
probably
easy for me.
be... So Finality is not going to be as good as an Undying weapon, but yeah, Finality from Threats Old and New is also a pretty good, very cool weapon. The main problem with Finality is it has the Slay Living proc for DC 100, which sounds really, really, really cool, until you realize that in Lemordia, every single monster has a Fortitude save over 100. So they only fail on a 1. That could say 120 and it's still not going to work. And you might be like, yeah, but Strim, you can't just talk about Lemordia. That's all that matters. Yes, I can. It's minimum level 33. I'm not talking about Reaper mode either. I'm talking about elite difficulty. That shit's never going to work.
You've been sent to this courtyard to find the source of a mysterious light.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a Sunblade.
It's the woman with the lantern just ahead. This rundown building is filled
What am
with
I
enemies.
doing? Why am I doing what I'm currently? I
It's
don't
no
know.
surprise that woman was worried about her
This is why we have 5 tumble charges, okay? So I can stay immune. This is before you swing. You can, but you know what else you can do? Stab them with the sword and kill them. Just do damage. Which is, that's basically the bigger problem, is like, you could debuff their fortitude saves. You have to, first you have to play a character that can do it. So let's say you're playing cleric, right? So on cleric, you could cast prayer in melee range. Prayer will reduce their fortitude saves by 6, which is not a horrible idea. Then if you want to reduce their saves even further, if you're a member of or if you're an exalted angels get an ability called Shadows Upon You, which is after you turn undead, you put a debuff on monsters that reduces their saving throws as well as their physical and magical resistance rating by 1 every time you hit them. So if you prayer, then turn undead, then when you hit monsters, you can drain their saves, giving them a -11 to all of their saving throws, which will make it work now. But now you start every fight by casting 2 spells. Alternatively, instead of casting 2 spells, if you have enough damage, you could just press 1 quick cutter, and then the monster dies anyway.
With the last of this batch of body snatchers defeated, you can now explore the upper part of the tavern.
So that's kind of the main problem. Is it's not like it doesn't work, but you know, you have to ask yourself, I could do I could get the extra instant kill effect. Because also remember, the instant kill effect is rare. It's not like, oh, you hit a guy and they have to make a save every time. It's a 1% chance when you hit an enemy for them to make a save or die. And 1% is not a lot. So yeah, it's like you can debuff it, but why would you? And that's currently kind of the problem with DDO right now, is that the game has gotten faster to the point where like you can do so much damage. It's very rare you want to do something that isn't damage in the modern game. Because like, look at what we're doing right now. We're able to overcome this because we're stunning enemies, we're slowing enemies, we are getting through this thanks to some of like the teamwork that we've got going on. But also at the same time, instead of stunning enemies and slowing enemies, if you have enough damage, you can just kill them. Like, crowd control used to be like an essential part of the game, and using the crowd control abilities used to be important, but we've got so much damage now, you can just kill whatever you want, and you don't have to worry about the amount of damage being done.
The floor here is quite worn, as if something heavy had been dragged here. But the wear ends abruptly at a black
Death is the ultimate crowd control? Yeah. Is that if you hit them 200 times? No. You see a corpse? Literally. Like again, on Wednesday, I joined a R10 group, Reaper 10, the highest level content in the entire game. And on the highest level content, fighting the toughest monsters in the entire video game, one of our party members could press a single button and clear out a pack of monsters. So like, I was playing crowd control and I had a reasonable amount of damage, but I didn't have that much damage. I was struggling to interact with the game. What do you do about that? How do you solve that problem? Oh. I'm not a game designer. This is what game designers to figure out. For me, I'm more of the opinion of like, the game just needs to be fun. So, actually, you know what? I will say this. That is not the least common D&D thing. So what I mean by that is you might have had this experience playing tabletop. Have you ever had the experience where you join a tabletop group and you start your questing and you go do whatever, and you quickly realize that someone in your party has a very, 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 very highly combat optimized character? They took the right feats, they've got the certain multi-classes that get them extra abilities, and they just do either more damage, they have crazier armor class, they have extra abilities, they can take multiple actions. They just, did the thing where they recombined everything to have the stats, to the point where, like, their turns take twice as long, and they're killing everything in combat. They're kind of doing everything.
Not just the temperature.
I've had that happen before. I'm sure some of you have also experienced this at some point, where you get the kind of power gamer shows up at the table with the character designed to kill God, but it's like, hey man, we're just going on an adventure. We're just some guys going on an adventure. We're just having some fun. That is actually a relatively common pen and paper experience, which makes me think. It makes me think that. Maybe it's okay to have these outliers, because that kind of is the standard, not standard, but it is a standard D&D experience. You know what? I came full circle. Let people be insanely overpowered. That's classic D&D, man. Reducing the cost of Kensei and nerfing favorite soul. Ah, the classic solutions. How is average people clearing R10 easily? I don't know. I'm talking about like the kind of the outliers here. Oh, wrong way. This way. We have to go this way. Solution nerf casters. Do something. Anyway. Something, topic is nuance, something, nuance. I think my brain is melting because I'm in the heat for too long.
The creature, whatever it is, immediately runs off. Could this be what you came here to find?
It's nice and warm today. Purple alert solved all issues. I mean, to be fair, I think purple alert's a good idea. I cannot blame the developers for wanting people to meaningfully engage in the combat in the video game, in a game that's main feature is its combat. 41 here today. Yeah, it's a scorcher. It is a scorcher. In my room right now, it is 37. Oh. So like, I understand that a lot of people don't love purple alert as it's kind of like a band-aid fix of like, yeah, they're just making it so that way. For those of you that don't know, if you have red alert for 20 seconds, it turns into purple alert, where basically every monster becomes a god until you deal with it. Are you okay? I'm good. I'm just warm, that's all. My favorite part is the floor is warm.
Now to report your findings to
like,
the police.
Putting my feet on the ground is warm, not under my feet. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Little toasty. But that's about it. Yeah, but like I said, Bobby, you don't get the 100% humidity. That's where it gets you. There's just no escape. It's like this. It's like it's in your skin. It's outside your skin. It's in your body. It's in your brain. Like, yesterday it was so funny. So I drove my girlfriend to work, and so we're up at 7 in the morning. And it had rained overnight, so the ground was wet. And it was hot. So it was like over 30 degrees, like in the morning. So I get home after driving her, and I decide to take a nap for an hour because I don't usually get up that early. So I nap for an hour, and I get up at 9, and I go outside. And even though it is hot and the sun is shining, it's so humid that the ground is still wet. The water has nowhere to go. Good times.
Perhaps there's a way to remove
Woo! Don't hit me for 800, please. Thank you.
Must be the creatures the overseer spoke of.
Go ranged, go. I'm on fire. I'm melting. Turns low against the humidity shot up to 19%. There you go. Yeah, I'm sticky. Everything is sticky. I'm sweating, so I'm sticky. The air is sticky. It's hard to breathe. Up to 19%. So Arizona is basically a big empty desert. There's also a big mountain Grand Canyon? Posture check? Yeah, my posture sucks. I'm slouching. Must be nice? No, dude. It's a hellish wasteland.
Calls to you from the west. Fortunately, it's an ordinary woman. And not
It's a place where nobody should live, but people do. The perseverance of humankind can never be understated. Remember, people willfully choose to live in Phoenix. Why? I have no idea. Not that like I think that Phoenix is like a bad city from like a sociological standpoint. I'm sure Phoenix is fine, but like it's literally a giant city in the middle of a desert. That's like super duper wet, or sorry, hot and dry. Go team. I don't do any damage to these things, but I'm trying my best. Yeah, sounds like a cool day in Nigeria. Oh yeah. It's all about what you're used to. Like for me, the heat, I can handle the heat. It's not that big of a deal for the most part. Like I'm going to complain about it a lot, but outside of complaining about it, I'm not like actually getting injured or anything. It's fine. It's the computer though. That's what gets you. Because I have a computer in the room, and so it's really funny. My like the liquid cooling system that's in the computer like reads the temperature. It's like, yeah, the water is like 37 degrees. You know why the water is 37 degrees? Because it's 37 degrees in the air. That's why.
You spy an unusual mineral formation down below.
Hey, I tumbled, buddy. Don't you dare get me. I tumbled.
The people locked inside these cells beg for freedom.
Oh, I gotta back up. No. Live. We did it. Nice. Good job, team. Good shit. We got a warlock. And we got a cleric. And together we lived. Summer. Water of the C tap is warmer than the water out of the H tap because the water cooking in the pipes in the sunlight is warmer than the water heater. Yeah. Yeah, there's no cold water coming out of the pipes. The pipes be warm. Where are you at? You're here. Hello. To flush out the hot water. Amazing. Your teammates run with their druids. Oh yeah. Man, we got teamwork. We're working together in this one. Because we have the Arcane Trickster who can carry everybody. And then we have the rest of us who are just kind of bumbling along, doing what we can to help. Dark Souls. Dark Souls dodge. Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Dude, I love being able to just keep rolling and rolling and rolling and then just dodge everything. That's so funny. I am a 1% XP bot. Hey, I sent both of these guys. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I've got 9 kills. That's not horrible.
Creatures crowd around the barrier, blocking their progress. An unusually large one lumbers forward and attacks.
I'm adding some amount of damage. It's not a lot of damage, but it's a bit of a spread, you know. Also, I love the music. They're like pushing you forward. Can't hit me. I'm too fast. Got too much dodge. Hell Hell yeah, AoE spells.
Recovered a sample of Elysium.
I think the only thing I'm doing successfully is like trying to be the first person in the room so that other people are taking less damage. That's pretty much it. Just keep dodging, man. Just keep dodging. I managed to stun one of these guys. No. No. Oh, get stunned. So I can dodge in and tank all the hits and eat a single crit. Oh, we don't do that. I'm out of dodges. I'm out of tumbles. Woo. Even with 5 charges, it's not enough.
The overseer says he's going to take credit.
Not the overseer. Unfortunately, I can't tank these guys. I was gonna put points into Intimidate at some point, and then I stopped doing that. I don't know why I stopped doing that. Oh.
Now that you know the overseer, you can use his device to track down the
These are the ores.
The device whirs to life, then marks the location of the unbreakable heart on the map. It's a place to the north known
I need to get some more water.
Isles of Agony. With this information,
Water's good for you.
You can now track down Elise and enlist her help against Dr. Mordenheim.
This is convenient though. Being able to just like tag along in somebody else's group and get a bunch of XP. Ah, I love it. Instead of having to do all the things. Some people don't like that, and I understand. When you get home from a long day's work, it's Friday, you want to sit down and you want to play your video games. You logged in, you made your cool build in Dungeons and Dragons, and you want to see it like, you want to show it off, you know? You want people to see what build you got, or maybe you just want to experience the build you put together. You know, you spend a lot of time crafting, cooking, trying to make sure you had the coolest build ever, impressing all your friends. And that's totally fair. You know what? I don't mind. I don't mind sometimes. You log in and there's just like another guy killing all the monsters and you're like, oh, it's all good. My favorite DDO pastime, just letting other people do your quest for you. Yeah. If you let other people do all your quests for you, get help. Seek medical assistance. Oh my god, it's so warm. I'm not going to keep saying that, but it's true. Now, do you guys know what's happening in 15 minutes? In 15 minutes time, DDO content creator Arcaniverse is going to be sitting down with Steelstar. So we're going to be tuning into that here shortly. I don't know exactly what they're going to talk about. I don't know what the gist of it is, but I believe he's already streaming. I'm just going to double check.
Dr. Mordenheim came here in the past, and you're determined to find out why.
Arcaniverse. Yeah, he's got 29 viewers right now. So we're gonna be tuning into that one later. Talk about Easter eggs mostly. Yeah, but it'll still be interesting. I want to be able to. Oh man, this Grickling is giving me a run for my money. But I stun him. Gotcha. Oh, apparently I got a shout out. What the heck? I haven't done anything. Is that music? Is that copyrighted music?
Happy Friday.
No, dude. No copyrighted music. None of this. I can't listen to copyrighted music. I'll go to jail. I don't want to deal with some big media company. trying to send me straight to hell because I listened to 1 second of a popular song. I mean, it's probably is like not copyrighted music. I will say that is the only use case that I can find for AI generated music is when you want to have something in the background and you don't want to go to jail. Now, the problem with AI generated music and using it as something that you want to have something in the background, but you don't want to go to jail is the fact that the music made by AI is stolen because it's complicated stealing, where it just steals different thoughts and motifs and other stuff from other artists to make something. So you're legally not culpable, but ethically just as culpable for stealing it.
And then there's a crashing sound as the ice.
Was it really stealing just to have music playing in the back of your live stream? Big record companies say yes. Everybody else says no, including artists. Have you finally seen Duergar build plans? No. I figured out as I go along. Something that you guys will learn about me over time is that I kind of just like, I like to wing it more than do the full build plan. Because when you wing it, you get to discover stuff as you're going through the journey and learning things. Whereas I find if I just plan out everything in the build, then all the learning doesn't stop, but you know, it's not as fun. I'm fighting Warhammers. I do want to try Throwbarb. I've said this before. I do want to try Throwbarb. I think there might be some fun stuff you could do with Throwbarb. But we'll see. It might be hard to get it done. Definitely want to try some Alchemist. I think Alchemist could be quite fun as well. But I'm not sure about Duergar's perfect existence. My first thought was like, oh, cool. Then you could do like an alchemist with a hand axe and use chains. But no, that's not how that works. Throw barb. Like Diablo 2, throw barb.
The snow swirls as another vision of Victra and Elise forms. What will you wish for when we reach the top?
I stunned this guy? No way. 84,000 life can't make a will save though. Almost got him. He's dead.
Just your research. Well, what about you?
Made it. I'm really gonna start throw axe when Duergar comes out? Yes.
You must be joking.
Don't worry, dude. I hate myself too. I get it.
I am serious. If you grew up like me, you wouldn't doubt it.
So, we have
I'm in the
pursuit of truth and
dark.
The pursuit of
Oh, did we already kill the thing?
food.
You could
Where's the
wake
hook for?
up one day and all those comforts you're used
I hear
to
somebody
gone.
fighting something. Oh, it's there.
Be here, at least I will be. Always.
Yo, I ain't going in there. Screw that
A
noise.
portion of the wall crumbles when the vision ends.
Get him, team. Boom, boom, boom. Blast. Yeah, you can do it. Big damage.
Crashes to the
Hell
ground,
yeah, man.
Causing a section of the stone wall to shatter.
I'm trying to think of anything else I would really want to do with Duergar. I kind of like the idea of the Mind Cleavers, like just the summoned weapons. I think it's kind of cool. If they do a hardcore-like event, I think I'm definitely starting with Mind Cleaver, because the idea of having like a summonable axe that you can level with is sick from level 1, especially on a hardcore type event, so you can have it the entire way through the game. And the fact that you can be strength-based is also very interesting, so that's probably on the list of things for sure. But yeah, Duergar doesn't have anything build-defining other than... Oh, and a Sylvanas build. I'll play Sylvanas. But that's pretty much all I've got, is Sylvanas, and then Throw Barb, and Mind Cleaver shenanigans. But again, that's not really... There's nothing really crazy there. Need more accuracy. Plus 109 is not enough. Yeah, but Charisma's 60, so it's not horrible. Yeah. I can't think if there's anything really specific that you can do with Dwergar. Again, this is not to say that Dwergar isn't cool. I think it's going to be cool, but it's not like one of the cool things about what's that tree called? The Chaosmancer is that Chaosmancer does give you immunity bypass on characters who wouldn't otherwise get it. And so being able to bypass like a different type of immunity by being a Chaosmancer is kind of sick, and getting access to wild surges on any caster. Kind of fun. Like there's something unique there. And even like Scoundrel getting Fiendish Arpeggio is kind of neat.
The final skeleton falls and the walls
No, tumble. We're good. Tumble. And then stun. I hit all three. I'm a god. I'm god gaming. Let's go.
A vision of the past emerges on
I can't think of anything super relevant. And then, yeah, of course, still bonus. The problem with Dwergar is that even though it gets the Forgotten Realms religions, which is very cool, the only one worth building around is Sylvanas. The Bastard Sword religion, Helm, is kind of neat. There's not a whole lot you can do with it that's really special, other than you want to play a Paladin and you want to use a Bastard Sword. You can do that at level 1 now, which is kind of cool, so if you want to play Bastard Sword Paladin, but then like, you might as well just use a Dwarven War Axe, because if you're going to play a Dwergar, they get Dwarven War Axe as well as a favored weapon, so who really cares?
Several pillars of ice
So really, your only special thing is going to be the other stuff. Shrim, please do throw barb. I have a character named Diablo 2, and he needs D2 builds. Guess I'm not rude, just deaf, so don't run voice.
This vision seems more recent.
Throw
Victor
barb.
Mordenheim seems older and filled with a grim determination. I'm back, Elise. And this time I
Get your Gimmer Shreds out.
Before long,
You guys don't know what Gimmer Shred is?
and the heart will be finished. Wait for me and my love.
Oh, baby.
I will
Gotta get a Gimmer Shred. Load.
The vision
Load
ends with
website.
Dr.
Load.
Mordenheim triggering a switch in the wall,
Yeah.
causing the concealed
Yeah.
door to slide open.
No? All right. Let's go to images. Yeah, this bad boy. Gimmer Shred. Fire, lightning, and cold damage on one throwing axe? Oh, baby. Gimmer Shred is so good. Realistically, the only time you stop using Gimmer Shred, or like when Gimmer Shred starts to slow down, is Ubers. You can't use it. You can't use Gimmer Shred because all the Ubers basically just don't take enough damage from them. And like, I think Chaos Sanctuary, because it's not uncommon to have monsters that have 2 or 3 immunities, but even then, Gimmer Shred still shreds. Gimmer Shred is so good. What an axe. Dwergar iconic EK wizard to get int. Oh yeah, you can just do that if you want. You could just use like int for Dwergar. It is another int race, which is kind of neat. So if you don't want to play as a gnome, it gives you another option. You don't want to be a gnome or a drow.
The first crystal by the barrier flares to life.
I can't see anything at all because of the sun coming through my window. I'm completely and totally blind.
The barrier wavers as the second lever is pulled.
Okay. You only have one more lever.
A barrier of solidified darkness blocks the path ahead.
Yeah. Get stunned, shadows. I'm too powerful. I'm a dragonlord. They're unstunned. There are definitely days where I can't believe that Dragonlord was added to the game.
The final lever is pulled and the barrier
Oh, nice. Doors open.
fades.
Sick. That was easy. Dragonlord is so weird because I don't think that Dragonlord is overpowered from like a numbers perspective. Like, that's usually where I go to is like, is it overpowered from a numbers perspective? Is it too good? And then the other thing is, does Dragonlord make it so other people aren't having fun? And in my opinion, I think the answer to both of those is no. I don't think Dragonlord's overpowered from the numbers perspective, and I don't think it stops people from having fun. Because realistically, even if Dragonlord is really, really, really strong, if you're not using Dragonlord, you can still capitalize on it.
You hear
Was last time I played Blood of Vol?
stone. 2 of the stone lions begin.
Hardcore? It's definitely been a while. I'll give you that. It's been a while since I played Blood of Vol.
2 stone lions start to move. A dread chill fills the air as the last statue comes to life.
die, bastard. Please. I'm trying to think of actually what the last Blood of Ball build I was. I haven't done a lot of religious weapon builds. Like I said, I'm excited for Maul. I think Maul's going to be cool. I think Sylvanas is going to be really cool. But until Sylvanas comes out, I don't really plan on playing any clerics or favorite souls. Or not until Sylvanas comes out, until we get to Rhaegar. But yeah, I'm hoping that we get more Forgotten Realms religions. And also, this is a personal opinion, Eberron is I prefer the Eberron campaign setting much more than the Forgotten Realms campaign setting. Okay, I'm going to point that out. I am biased. I prefer Eberron to the Forgotten Realms. Okay, you know this now. This is not a secret. I'm telling you this so you can use this information however you want to judge me however you wish. With that knowledge, I think it would be cool if we got a Forgotten Realm starting its own. And then when you made your character, you could choose whether you wanted to start in Eberron or the Forgotten Realms. Given that there's portals everywhere, I think that would be sick. And you could just decide which one you wanted to do the intro.
The two amber golems begin to move.
Give us a couple more Forgotten Realms religions, and then give us a couple more Forgotten Realms base characters, and we're all set. I'm slow. Look at that animation. Whoosh. Go get 'em. Whoosh. Whirlwind attack. Body block. Body block. Body block.
The final golem collapses, opening the way forward. In this vision,
Okay.
Dr. Mordenheim
There we
is
go.
alluding to some kind of
Okay, well, as I mentioned, Arcanaverse,
She seems quite upset.
Tom, is going to be streaming. He's going to be streaming a interview with Dungeons & Dragons Online developer Steelstar. So I do want to watch it. This is going to be my last quest. So we gotta watch the interview.
I see.
So that's a thing. I assume it's going to be starting at 7, but that's because that's what they said, but I don't know.
Temperature plummets.
I assume it's going to be starting at 7.
Victra's bargain with the dark powers gave her the ability to craft the unbreakable heart.
No.
And how the endless winter started immediately afterward. It's time to return to the city and think about how to stop Dr. Mordenheim.
Alright, so thanks, team. Take care. Gotta bounce. No. Flee in terror. Morgia. Alright, but yeah, so we're gonna tune in to the Arcanaverse stream, and I want to show my support. We're gonna raid him. So I'm actually going to be ending my stream here, and we're going to be going over to watch the stream together because that should be more fun. They're figuring out speaking and stuff. So that's actually going to be the end of the stream for the day. Some of you might be unexpected to see that I'm ending the stream now, but it's like 1,000,000 degrees, and I feel like I'm dying and I'm sweating, and I need to leave this space for a tiny bit. So I can't do this. So we're gonna shift over there to watch his stream, which means I can go downstairs in the air-conditioned room and watch it on my phone. So that's gonna be the plan. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. This is unfortunately the end of the stream here. It might be a little bit abrupt, but it's been a pretty good day. I'm gonna be working on some videos on the weekend. So Monday you'll be getting a new YouTube video, and Tuesday you'll be getting a new YouTube video about some new builds and stuff that I got cooking up. So that should be a lot of fun to go over. But yeah, with that being said, that's all I got for you today. So we're gonna go over to Tom. So I'm shifting you guys over. Gotta go to my hot computer room. Yeah, exactly, hot computer room. All right, raid channel. Arcane. Where's Arcanaverse? Where's Arcanaverse? There he is, Tom. Raiding Tom. So hopefully be a fun time. But yeah, so you might learn something. It says he's doing a review with one of the developers of Dungeons & Dragons Online. So I'm going to be talking about a bunch of cool stuff. So it should hopefully be a good time. Apparently the sound wasn't working, but hopefully it's working now. So see you guys on the other side. Thank you for watching, and be back soon. But let's go watch this together.